Big boy bass. That's a big boy bass right there. A big boy. Look over that big boy. Big boy bass. Make it go boom. 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 Oh, hey guys. Good to see everybody. Hope you're having a good weekend. I am. Because you're here. And I got my pills. No, I'm kidding. Anything new on the board for this Jamtown? Kinda. We fixed this guy and the cryptograph yesterday, so I haven't been able to use it for a long time. And I thought it would be fun to maybe run that through one of the many ornament and crimes that we have. Actually, I'm out of ornament and crimes, aren't I? I do have another one, but I have a friend who wanted to buy it, so I should probably sell it. Make some money. I don't know. I still plan to make a bunch of those. The only problem is with the ornament and crimes now is 10C 3.2s are really hard to get, and I don't think you can put. I don't think the 4.0 works. I don't know why. I heard it has something to do with the clock speeds or something. Let me fix this. I can't read half the screen. There we go. Ah ha ha ha! All right, 2.5 millimeter squared cables, no problem. Oh, 2 to 5. Wait. Yeah, still not sure. 2.5 millimeter? I don't know. Either way, it won't roll. However, in the name of cable management, I actually have something coming out. I've been beta testing it with some synth heads, some people that I've met and people I know that have various different types of cases and systems, and we did the first round of tests. They're all finished, and hopefully very soon I'll be able to send out the second round. As soon as they get the second round, I'll probably just make them available to everyone, because there's not much else I can do from the feedback that they gave and so forth. And but this system will manage your cables. And for a fraction of what the other people are telling you that it's costing. I don't know. I made that part up. It just sounded really cool. Short question, quick question. Who cut your hair? I have this lady that's been cutting my hair for like the last 10 or so years. I used to just go wherever, and then I got my hair cut from her, and then I went to work, and I got all these compliments from people like, "Hey, I like your hair, Sid." You know, and these people don't, they fucking don't care at all about throwing compliments on hairdos. So I was like, holy crap, I think I found something special. And to be fair, every time I get my hair cut, it's a pain in the ass because my hair is really, really fine. So it does all these dumb things that you have to know in advance. Like I have a really cool cowlick in the back where it swirls. And if you cut it too short, it just sticks straight the hell up and there's nothing you can do about it. It's, well, maybe gel it down, but it's, I have all these weird, dumb hair problems. And so once I found her, I like one time I called up and they said she's not currently working with us. And I freaked out and I was like, okay, and I hung up, and then I was like, well, I know her first name. And I started like turning into some creepy stalker, but I think it was more of a private investigator rather than a stalker, because I was just trying to get my hair cut. Nothing else. But either way, I like tracked her down on Facebook and everything and found her, and I was like, would it be weird to like go, hey, can you cut my hair? I think I ended up going, instead of being perceived as a crazy stalker, I ended up going to some other place, and it was a horrible experience. It was like one of those barber shops that it has all the girls, there's like not a single dude working in the whole place. It's all girls. And then they've always got like music playing, and they do the hot towel and the straight razor trim and all that, which is cool if I had a beard or facial hair or anything like that. I mean, the cool part was when they did it on my neck, but And yeah, they just use clippers. They don't use scissors hardly at all. It's just fucking, it's one of those places. And they're real popular. I see advertisements for them on Twitch. And so I went to one of those places, didn't really care for it. And then finally I came back, and she'd actually taken, it turned out she took like a little medical leave, was the reason she wasn't there. But they didn't explain that to me. They made it sound like she got fired, and I was like, oh no, I'll call back. But now she's been cutting it for like 10 years. I just saw her like a week or so ago, and yeah. I like the Tinsy having trouble finding getting a few. Yeah, I'm wondering if you can get the 4.0 to work. That's my curiosity, but I haven't sat down and tried to do it yet. I mean, I have all the shit to try, but I need to find out, like, you know, is it, I'm assuming it's literally something as easy as saying compile for this architecture. But I have a bad feeling that that is not what it is. It's a lot more shit that I don't know. So I'll figure it out one day when I get smarter. You like it? Well, thank you, Frederick. I like it too. Like I said, I like it, and I keep having her get kind of crazy. Mrs. Heresy, like, wanted me just to, like, get rid of this whole part here, so it just looks like a mohawk almost. Like I just parted it over from a mohawk, and I said that to her, but she still put a little bit of a part in, and I don't think I'm too mad about it. I think she was right. She kind of wrangles in my crazy ideas for haircuts too, so I kind of appreciate that. You need a hairdresser that knows they have two clients in the chair. The one with the hair and the one with the human attached to it. That was fucking deep. Wow. I'll take that to the... Oh, we got Mr. Motherfucking X in the house on cue. We didn't time that. That just happens. That's called magic. That's called synchronicity. That is called mind meld. Yes? Yes, Mr. X? Ah? Oh, yes. They don't know, do they? Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh. Yes. That does sound good. Okay. Auf Wiedersehen. Good to see you, Mr. X. You had a fantastic stream. Let me remind everybody, if you're not familiar with Mr. X, you gotta go give their channel a check out and a follow. You like jams, you like modular, you like music, you like synths, you like the whole... That's the guy. That's the guy right over there. He's under there. Well, I think he's over there. Some people, he might be down there if you're on mobile. I don't know. Can you get chat to be over there or up here? Up here would suck because then it would be like letterboxed. So it'd just be like 3 lines. Oh, oh, it was the delay on the horn. Okay, yeah, I don't know what that's... Had some weird issues lately with that. I don't know what the deal is. Where were we? We were here. Pardon. I had a burp there. It was a good burp, though. What are we doing today, guys? What's on the menu? I have no clue, to be honest with you. Now, I am excited to get this rude boy back into action, but to be honest with you, I was just losing the first bit, you know, the one on, one off, so it wasn't like the greatest loss, it was just an annoying one. Some cool space sounds in this track. Oh, I put through the order. I was a little slow because I kept forgetting about it, but I put through the order this afternoon, or right before stream, like an hour before stream, for the stuff from Tesseract. I'm super excited. I have not been this excited about some modules in a while. And these are, and the drum module. I cannot wait. I swear we'll probably spend like a couple of streams. Well, maybe not a couple of streams, but we'll at least spend a stream just tinkering with that thing. Because you can write whole freaking Scorn albums with it. Scorn was still around, I think. Is a early minimalist bass music project from Mick Harris. Scorn is often cited and credited as being the beginnings of what would later be known as dubstep. But it was called ambient or down tempo. Love me some Scorn. Got Scorn staring at me on the walls there. Best album too, Gyro. If you're looking for a recommendation, Gyro. That album is stoner dub. It's all elephant music too. That's what my friend and I would always call it. Just the bass lines were really, really low, and there was no top end or anything. It was just a do 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 do. And it's kind of like this guy, but this guy has a little bit of rarely Scorn. Yeah, I don't know if that's really the term, but it's real minimalist. It's real repetitious. It has like a very atmosphere kind of vibe, you know, where you're just kind of like, oh, you know, I don't know. It sounds like a soundtrack to like a horror movie or something. It's really good. It's some of my favorite music, hands down. And what's interesting is that this stuff was being put out in the mid '90s and stuff. And to make it more interesting, Mick Harris, before he was doing Scorn, he was known for this little band where he played drums called Napalm Death. Yeah, another Napalm Death alumni. I swear that there's something about that project. The wettest dream. Ugh. That sounds messy and embarrassing to clean up later, or have the housekeeper clean it up. Kidding. It would be housekeeping at the hotel. All right. What are we doing today? We are in outer space. I did turn this all on, and it had a jam. I mean, you can kind of hear the jam. I don't have the volume up, but it's there. The jam. I think it might have been from last week. I don't know. Last week? That doesn't make any sense. I meant last month. But it's ready to roll. The bullets in the chamber, if you will. The shotguns. Cocked. Yeah. It's kind of cute. Ooh, we got a little verb in there. I'm in. I thought I heard it on the hat. But I thought it might have just been some bleed, but that is definitely some verb on them drums, my friend. Hey, that cable's not plugged in. I guess that's what that went to. Let's plug it in and make some sounds. Some sounds that we hear in our mind. Come on, you son of a biscuit. You goddamn bastard. Who the hell asked you to attack? Can't wait to get this gable thing. Okay. Wait a minute. Yeah. Huh. Not passing anything. yeah, because it needs a signal. So let's change that. Oh, I guess we could use an anchor. Fine, I'll do it. You talked me into it. But don't tell your mother. All right. I feel like a fucking troll man. How does this here thing get Where is it, man? And the sign of the times. It's all like Discordian and nasty. I like it. Let's see if I can. Mate. Yeah, man. Ugh. I don't know what key this is in. Or what keys even mean. Stick with the clangy clangs. machine wrote it. Good job, machine. Good job. Ladies and gentlemen, the Modular. Best collaborator in all my days as collaborationations. Gotta say, one of the best. Very subtle input, but useful every time. Easy to work with. Practically, literally a manual. You don't get that with other collaborators. No sirree, Bob. No. Good job, buddy. I might have paid him a lot of money. That's beside the point. Where's my water? Oh shit. I think I'm missing a Am I missing something? Missing a name? No. Oh, okay. Cool. Thought I must have made that up. Oh well. I can take care of that on my own. That was a good one. Yeah. So, I mean, I think so it's kind of being silly, but I literally just turned it on. And I was like, oh, there's a bunch of stuff you have to call up to get the whole patch running. And when it first started up, you just hear the neutron and whatever the filter's at, and because it's always set to just kind of hang open, and so it's just like just on and on and on. I'm like, all right, this is good, but it could be more. And so, what do we do? I went through, enabled the quarter main, because otherwise it was in tuning mode, and that's how it got its note. It was basically just shitting out A. Ooh, weird. What's this? It's like a hair, but it's not my... Oh, it's my wig! That is definitely my wig hair. Man, that's been in there for a while. Very interesting. So we did the quarter main, and then I set up the other ornament and crime down here to do it's got hemispheres, so we got it set up with trigger sequencer. So it's, shooting them out. And then, Sidette. And then, on this ornament and crimes over here, it's got the normal firmware, and I ran low rents, which is basically, for those who are not aware, a triple sloth. Or not a triple sloth, it's a sloth. It's the same concept as a sloth. You have two strange attractors, and you have an orbit. Sometimes it gets locked into an orbit, things like that. This has a bunch of extra settings that you don't get in the Andrew Fink nonlinear circuit sloth, but I'd still rather have all of them. But this is still really cool. One of the biggest features that it has over the analog version is that you can control the speed. Like the other ones just have dead speeds. This is how fast they take, and it varies. This one has a frequency knob, so you can actually slow it down more or speed it up, and then it has set ranges that it lives in. But you also have an X and a Y out instead of just a placement out. So there's a little bit more complicated CV that you can get from it. So it's pretty cool. But then, so I got to, and then I came down here and I had to enable the preset for the expert sleepers, because there is one thing sort of reading from it. I don't know what it is, but anyways, you know what? It's feeding an LFO. So anyways, yeah, we got that going, and then it started, it's moving along, and there's kind of music playing, but it's just the neutron. It's now just going through these notes that you're hearing, which I'm kind of getting tired of, so. so well, yeah. So I was like trying to remember what we did, and I'm like, oh yeah, everything's over here, and everything's coming out of this ornament and crime. It's kind of pretty. There's a little bit of a jazz note in there, but I'm not too mad about it. And so we just had, and so I just randomly pulled up stuff and then tried to remember what shit I unplugged to do the stream, and we got it back, and now it's kind of cool. I like this one. There's like this Discordian on there. Free bird! And I'm free as a bird. A bird you cannot change. How we do this solo? Oh wait, we can do that. We just like go. I don't know actually I don't know any of Freebird. I don't even know what key that fucking song is in. I think it's in A. No. Yeah, that sounds like A. No wait, no, it's. I can barely hear. I'm trying to hear the guitar over the. So I think it's what is that? G. So. Yeah, I think it might be in G. That's just me trying to remember the song, but yeah. So you could do like. Here's the bird. Here's the bird you cannot change. I don't know how the song goes at all. I've never heard it. I just hear people yell play Freebird. Oh, we should bring this guy back out. Hopefully I can remember to set it up so we can do that. I guess it's a little bit of work. I don't like work. I like play. Trade splitter. Well, there you go. Yeah, be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you ask for. Some people think I don't got a joke set up for something like that. That was the first mistake. The second mistake, pickles. Wait, what? Never mind. I lost my train of thought. Hey, Hayes. Willkommen. Hey, yeah, it's an 8-string Schecter Damien. Is it the Damien? Yeah, it's the Damien 8. They have some bigger size ones. I got that thing to play Djent. I like got into Meshuggah and really got into Djent and tech metal, and I'm like, well, I gotta have one of these. And I went to the store. I found like a guitar center here that had like quite a few different ones. I was there for like 6 hours just trying them out. Eventually they left me alone and showed me how to get them off the big deal off the top. And I was just going through, and I kept coming back to that guitar. I kept loving that guitar. Way over. Hey, Plaboy. Or Plaboy. Yeah, it's Plaboy. And so I kept coming back to that guitar. I was like, man, this thing is really nice. I love the tone. I love how quickly I can move on it. It just feels very natural and very comfortable. And I was expecting to buy an Ibanez, and I brought the money for it. And that thing was like $100, $200 less than what I was gonna expect to spend. And I liked the Ibanez, but I liked that one better. And I'm like, I should buy what plays better. You know, what do I know? Maybe I'll get the Ibanez later. And no, I've never looked back. That guitar is fantastic. The weirdest thing about it though is, yeah, I do some Djent. I have been trying to learn my Meshuggah riffs, but I kind of learned just because you bought a grand piano doesn't mean you can play any Mozart or anything like that. But what I end up doing with that more often than not is playing fucking jazz with it. It's so fun to do jazz with, because now you've got the bass clef and the upper, so you can just kind of go between the two and just and it's fun as fuck. Did not expect it because it's just, you can move so quick on it. It's so comfortable. Anyways. Meshuggah would be proud. Yeah, I'm curious if they ever... I know they have Ibanez sponsorship, and so they're kind of stuck with them. But I wonder if they've tried, you know, any of the Schechters and been into it. I remember their 8 strings that they got. They really loved them, and in fact, it was the whole reason they re-recorded the album Nothing. There's 2 versions of that album, and it's literally because they thought, these guitars are so much better, we should redo it. And they went back and retracked all the guitars, kept nearly all the drums and everything else the same. And but one thing about those guitars, and they got them fixed, but the weight is all stupid. So you like literally have to play it like, let me switch this back. You literally have to play it a little bit like this. And you'll see like old videos, that's how they're playing it a lot of the time. Here, it doesn't work when I'm like playing air guitar. And I ride mine really high up because I'm a nerd. But if I were to take it down here, yeah, they'd almost play like, you know, if the strap wasn't like that. And so they'd have to hang it to play. And it was just easier because the weighting was funny. It would like tip forward. And so to keep it from doing that, they had to do it. And so I think they got it fixed. I'm sure they got it fixed, but I don't know. I was a little bit reading about that. I was kind of interested to learn, like, man, I don't think Ibanez has made too many things over 6. Frederick, oh yeah. Steve Albany, there you go. Yeah, the neck is wide, and you basically, if you've ever studied like classical guitar or anything like that, it's almost like, hi, this is the way you were taught to play in classical. So you never get your thumb anywhere near the top of the neck or over the neck. You're always just using your 4 fingers all the time, which is the way you're supposed to play. Yeah, and what's weird too is when you go from the 8 to a 6, the 6 always looks messed up and weird, and you're always like, I don't know. I like going back to the 6 and being confused. Yeah, it's an 8-string. Beat 1. Yeah, I got into it from Meshuggah, and then I learned that it's really great for jazz and takes you back to like the very short stint of classical music training I took, or not even training. I had a friend who was taking classical music classes, and then they would show me what they learned. So I was like vicariously taking it. But I mean, basically, I learned like the technique, you know, of your thumb never coming up over the neck, how to hold it, and all that kind of stuff, those type of things. And it did work out really well, but I never learned, you know, how to do the pick arpeggios. I learned as much as I've taught myself, but I never took it classes. Plabioi, 6, 7, 8 strings, Tech Death, Dgent, good stuff. Always wondered how that was pronounced, Dgent from now on for me. Yeah, and I've heard it just called gent, because there's a YouTuber you would really like if you like Dgent, if you like that kind of music. He's a YouTuber that created procedurally generated music, and it's all metal. It's all gent metal, so it's just like and it's just fucking awesome. I put it in the background whenever I just need some music I've never heard before. And if you go to the YouTube, it's like a live channel. It says like song 8,942, and it's all just a collection of like all these riffs, and the software basically slices them together in different arrangements, and there's no AI or anything like that. It's effectively like, these are the parameters, work within these parameters, and it always kind of puts out some really good stuff. Yeah, let me get you the link really fast, because I'll never, his name's Dennis Martinson, I believe is how you pronounce that. But give me just a second here, because they are on my, oh, it says I gotta sign in. Yeah, well, that's not happening. Ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, they're going right now. Let's see. Here you guys go. It's pretty cool. So he's a game developer, and he was trying, as a game developer, you're always trying to find ways to create music that's going to be enjoyable as you're, and still not repetitive or anything like, it's always a challenge. And so that was part of the experiment, or part of it, but then he just loves degen, loves the metal, loves tech metal, loves all that. And so he started trying to do it in like Unreal Engine. I can't remember what he ended up using in the end, but yeah, it's a really cool concept. And the thing I like, and someone pointed out, it effectively gets rid of the DMCA issues, because there's no publishing, there's no copywriting being done. The software just shoots out music. It's fairly reasonably good. I like it. And done. I've always said it with a silent D. Well, see, the reason I thought it was pronounced with the D, or the D was L'd, is because it was an automatopoeia. And you hear that in the metal. D, gen, G, D, gen. So that's why I think you pronounce the D. I have no idea. And I have heard it pronounced with the D being silent, but I always just say D-gen, because I'm like, well, it's an automatopoeia. D-gen. Yeah, and they have some really great videos too on how he does it, what the process is, why. It's really a cool YouTube channel, and a nice melding of music making, metal, and programming. So it's kind of a, you kind of cover some good bases there for the discerning nerd. Couldn't all of that hardware be software defined for free? Which hardware? I think I missed the setup to that question. I apologize. Let's speed him up. I put him at 2x or 4x. Let's go to 2x. Audio processing hardware behind you. Oh. Yeah, there is a software program you can do that with. It's called VCV Rack. I highly recommend it to anyone who's interested in modular synthesis at all. You can download it for free. It's open source. You can make your own. You can check out a lot of stuff. There's a lot of shit on GitHub. It's awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Exclamation point, Victor Charlie Victor. and it'll bring up the link, but it's vcvrack.com. So it's pretty easy. But yeah, you can definitely do that. It's really, really cool. And I recommend it to anybody who wants to get into this and doesn't want to spend any money, because it's very, very expensive to get started. And I do have suggestions on how to make that pill a little bit easier to swallow. But if you want just you don't want a pill, you want a delicious syrup. I don't know where this metaphor is going anymore. But VCV Rack is fantastic. There's tons of resources on YouTube. We have a couple of videos on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, that just kind of give you like, here's what I like to do, here's how to get started, and just to kind of get a sense of what's going on. But there's so much information out there, and it has a huge community. So if you run into something that doesn't make sense, you're not going to have too hard of a time getting somebody to be able to give you that answer. So yeah, I would highly recommend that. The benefit to this over the digital is a couple of interesting things. So my favorite anecdote is we will hook up this scope and we'll tie it to these two oscillators and do the little XY thing. I can never pronounce the word. And when you look at it on the scope here, the oscillators always have drift and so forth, and this has drift correction, and you can see it occur, and you can see the things be lined up perfectly, and then they start to get out of phase, and then they get locked back in. And it's not a hard jarring, but you can see it move, and you can tell that software's taking over to retune it and whatnot. And so you get these very, very subtle differences, and that's a visual way of catching it. Now, all this shit has that over and over and over and over and over and over and over all over the place. I replicated that exact same setup in VCV, and I put it on this little scope and everything, and it was nothing like it. It was this perfect geometric shape that spun perfectly, never glitched, never moved, never twerked. It was mathematically exactly what this thing was trying to do, but doesn't. And so there's your variance. As far as sound quality and being able to make music and the quality of that music or any of that, completely fucking irrelevant. Has nothing. If anything, it's more of a pain in the butt sometimes. But there is some trade-offs that make it nice and endearing. And personally, when I started doing this, there was no software. There was kind of software like Reactor and kind of Reason, sort of, is kind of like that, but nothing that was a real modular software program. I think the closest was the patch programming software for the G2, the Nord Modular. You could download the software, and the software would run on your computer, and you had a Nord Modular on your computer, but it wasn't as good, but you at least could test all the functions, and that's how I learned about it. But it was really crude, really wasn't that great. VCV, nearly a one-to-one copy of it, and really good too if you're shopping for modules. It's a great way to check out. There's commercial modules in there, or things that are extremely close to that commercial version, so you can kind of check it out and see, is that going to work for you without spending the $400 or whatever on that module, getting it, and then spending the 6 months going, this isn't what I thought it would do. I guess I got to sell it, take the $50, $100 hit or whatever. Anyways, can you download it for free, but the modules modeled after the hardware models are pricey as hell? I haven't noticed that. I haven't noticed any of that. I've never bought any modules in the software, so I don't know what they cost. I did look at the software for expert sleepers. It is to interface between their modules and audio interfaces. You can send receive, and it'll act as a CV interface. But that was really cheap. I think it was $10, and I got like 4 or 5 modules out of it. that did all these different functions around that. So it really wasn't very expensive at all. VST is quite old, and there's software modules since '96. Yeah, that's true too. I bought some of the VCV made modules mostly to support them, but it was like $30 for the VST hosting. Yeah, that's cheap. That's super cheap. Super cheap. Yeah, you can get the upgrade versions too. It's really an inexpensive software, but I really can't stress enough that you do not have to spend a dime on it, other than, you know, donating to the cause or whatever, because the free version has everything you need to get rocking and rolling. 10 times cheap, 10x cheap. I like that. Yeah, I'm a big fan of it, and I it's a topic I love to talk about. I mean, you can go a hardware route, and the problem with Eurorack is that it's very, very expensive to build one voice. Like, each one of these modules, typically, they'll only do one thing. There are modules that do several things at once, but those are expensive too. But, you know, if you were to get just an ornament in crime, for example, it just processes CV. Doesn't really produce any sound, and even if it did, now you've got the squares and circles. It kind of works, but you still need shit to drive it and move it. So it's like a never-ending issue. To get like a single voice together, you'll need like an oscillator, filters, some VCAs, and then you'll probably want stuff to drive it, move that stuff around. Otherwise, it's just going to be this drone. So, and each one of those modules can cost anywhere from $100, $200, $300. Some of them very expensive. The oscillators are really pricey. They typically start around $200 or so, just kind of depending on all the features and what it's based around. You can get cheaper oscillators, and they're fantastic, but just as a average, a bell curve, they're not cheap. And so to get a single voice, you might end up spending like around $1,000, which can be very disheartening when you still have several $1,000s more to go before you have something that does something that you want, that's, you know, going to be fun and entertaining and whatever. So to avoid that, I have a lot of advice and tricks that I like to do, but I mean, you can just download programs like VCV. There's other software out there too that that accomplishes that, or accomplishes the same thing or very similar, but VCV is by hands down one of the most popular ones, and there's a lot of people on Twitch streaming it, so you know, there's just a lot of resources to get into it, I think. Yeah, I've never bought anything. I have like 2,600 modules, and I haven't paid for anything yet. I might someday. Like, I want to get the interface thing, but I just... last thing I need is more stuff to do. But there are many free modules. There are cheap modules, just those which simulate real existing hardware are way too expensive. I guess I haven't looked at those. I've been looking at, I noticed, I'm thinking of like all the mutable instruments clones, all the non-linear clones, the Bafako stuff. So I think that's where my mind is going, and all those are free. I haven't looked at, like, I guess the expensive ones, because I just have no interest. I'm like a cheap son of a bitch. Yeah, well, that's it. That's exactly it, Hayes. That's why I recommend a semi-modular system to get you started in the modular world. Excuse me. Because it's just way, way cheaper, way more rewarding, way more return on your investment, and best bang for your buck. And then you basically overcome that really steep, uncomfortable beginning where you don't even know what you want. You really don't even know what you want yet because you haven't experienced it. It's like, how do you know which distortion pedal sounds good? By just looking at it through the display glass. Or do you going by graphics, how many knobs it has? You really have to mess with it. And modular's no different. So you could, if you get a semi-modular system, you can play with that, start making crazy sci-fi sounds, all that good stuff. And then when you're ready to expand, all you gotta buy is a case to plop that rude boy in, and whatever module you want to get. Probably going to be as expensive, depending on your goals, as that first purchase with that semi-modular. Not too bad, really. And then the rest of the way, it's just, whenever your paychecks get in, you're like, payday, all right, I'm gonna go get that, ba ba ba. Yeah, it's a gateway truck. It's red, yeah. I like this little. How do we find that more? Is it this kid? Yeah, it is this kid.
I want that one for my birthday party.
I've had the Boss Metal Zone distortion for oh yeah, the Metal Zone is the jam. Absolute jam. Absolute jam. I would run the Fat Man through a Metal Zone. Oh, makes it so much sweeter. Change that up. Oops. silly. Makes more sense. Triple graph? Oh yeah. Wait, what? What are we talking about? Oh. Hey, Iron Imp, welcome in. Marza Panda, thank you so much for hanging out. Take care. Have a good rest of your night. I'll see you soon, mate. There's like a jazz note there. Huh. I hate that off now. I don't know. I changed the key. Really digging on these. Some really pretty stuff that keeps pooping out of this pooper, this butthole. Old man Polonius. There's something so sassing about all the wires and lights and physical textures. Yeah, you know, I mean, not to be overly sentimental, but I agree with that. I try not to throw that out too much, but I have to agree there. And, you know, I'm flipping switches. You know, we brought our bass out. We can bring it back in. So there's a physicality that makes the performance and whatever really fun too. Just like with, you know, hardware versus software argument. It's like, well, it's always fun to play with the hardware. Software's great too. That's usually people, when we were talking about VCV earlier, that's usually people's most common thing is like, oh, I'd rather touch it, you know, touch the deals. And I'm like, well, you actually could get away with that with a control surface and you can map them out to knobs, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I've never tried, but I'm sure it's within the ability, but you know, I like to use it for experimentation. Oh, you did? Did I not hear the raid siren? Oh my goodness. Yeah. Did it happen and I was just like too overwhelmed by the jams? Old Man Polonius, thank you so much for that raid. I apologize for it going right over my head. The raid siren was super quiet. All right. Let me check something. I think the computer turned the volume down. Let me check. No, it says 100%. All right. Well, low-key raid siren. Well, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How was your stream? How'd it go? What were you guys up to? Oh, thank you very much, Control. Heroes Geyer. Welcome in. Euro Geyer. Just gonna pretend like I know how to say that. Here, I'm gonna have a quick, Actually, I guess I could have a smoke. I want to smoke. Do I just want a dab? I feel like a dab's good right now. Maybe a smoke later. Do a dab. Oh, goodness. I could probably put out the footstool, too. Or the stool and stool about in my studio way. Adding a 3D model to KiCad. I sucked at it, but KiCrafter saved me from myself. Oh, yay! KiCrafter's fantastic. I was in their stream a little bit earlier today. I just popped in and out. I didn't even say hi. But I saw them doing some VCV lovin'. It's like it ended, like the end of the song. Hey, see you dying, welcome in as well. Oh my gosh, we got the whole gang in here. This is cool. Oh, real cool. just thought of something, maybe why the volume's lower. Let me check. Nope, that's all the way up. All right, well, let try. Oh, what's this? It's a fish tank. It's been neglected. Let me de-neglect it. Hey, Iron Imp. Not yet. I think he gets out at the end of the year. I believe is the last thing I heard. Let me get some water. Oh wait, you know what? Let me grab some of this garbage here. Dr. Pepper. Empty Dr. Pepper. Throw this in the trash. Pile. Now. Some fresh agua. Gonna go grab some dinner. Yeah, take care, Hayes. I have to head off to get some dinner too. All right, old man. Thank you again for the raid, and take care of yourself. I hope to see you around soon. So, Iron, yeah. Well, all in all, Alan, it worked out pretty good. I'm trying to remember the little details that I was told, that I can recall. But basically, the state was going to try to make an example of him, and they eventually got bored with this idea or whatever. And because he wasn't, he was doing good on reconnaissance and all that stuff, so it was working. I mean, it was it didn't really work out for them to try to do that, and so they ended up, he got sentenced, and it's like some of it's already been served prior to him going in, and then he, from what I recall, he should be done by the end of the year. You can guarantee, guys, that the moment I have an opportunity to have him on the stream and have him doing a Jamtown with us or something like that, I will definitely make that happen. I definitely want to talk to him about getting him a nonlinear circuits machine built, because that's what he needs. That's what he desires. Everything I've been told by him, I'm like, yeah, you need Andrew Fink in your life. You need that. Love the vibes. Yeah, let me bump it up a little bit. I just like these, like, there's nice there's nice note dips. You get these like little minor baseline dips, and then everybody kind of goes right on top of it, but they'll shift, and it's just terrible. I'm not making any sense. But yeah, we'll definitely get Alan out here when I can, and it should be good. I'm looking forward to it. I wish him the best. For those who don't know what we're talking about, like last year, we had about $9,000 worth of Eurorack modules, and then another, I don't know, couple grand worth of little boxes, and more than that really, because that one thing was worth like $2,000, but a bunch of boxes and all this stuff. So we had a bunch, like almost $10,000 or so, probably around that worth of gear, and it was all in this disheveled state. Like it had dirt all over it, like dust and crap. It was just on and on. It was insane. And what happened is the original owner, very, very cool, eccentric guy, and but also think Hunter S. Thompson. Like the dude loved his drugs, and he did crazy amounts of drugs that I won't fuck with, you know. Maybe once, maybe twice, but definitely not to go, like, you know, for the day. But that's how he is. No judgments here. Hey, if you can hold it, more power to you. But anyways, he got busted. He sold some to these idiots. They got busted. They squealed on him. And so he just went straight clean. You know, so he could get out of the problem, and from what I understand, sobriety's actually been treating him really well, which is good. You know, some people that have that long of a period of like a, you know, just a ritual habitual of narcotics, transitioning out of that often can create a lot of issues. And for whatever, I'm sure he's had he's had a little bit of like, but I think he's done really well, and from what I understand, he's, you know, his time in prison has been working out pretty decently, so I think he'll be all right, and I think he'll honestly be a better person for it, as horrible as that is to say, that the circumstances came to be that way, because I'm not a fan of those circumstances, but I don't know, I think it's one of those lemonade out of lemons scenario, you know? And the fact that, you know, Alan was really big into these generative, long, blah, blah, blah patches, we're definitely going to find a home for a sloth DK for that guy. Maybe just a bank of them. That would be cool. Yeah, in VCV they have a couple different things. They have the Let's Splosh. It doesn't look anything like this, which is kind of confusing, but it's still a Let's Splosh. And that's a great module. This is the first one I ever made of theirs. Well, no, wait, that's not true. We did the DP filter, but I like it a lot. I kind of been thinking about getting more than one. Here's to Alan. Yeah, he's a cool cat. He'll be good. What's really, really funny is, so his name's not Alan, by the way. But his real name is the same as my real name. And then the guy who introduced us, his name is the same as well, but it's like a slightly, it's like the Spanish way of saying it, but it's still widely accepted as the same name, you know. It's just there's a spelling difference and a pronunciation difference, but you know, it's the same thing. It's like Joe and Jose kind of thing, where it's like, oh, well, it's the same name. It's just, I know it's not the same, but it is. So it's kind of funny. Like when I first met, when I met him and everything, they were both over here, and we kind of had a realize that it was like an Ed and Eddie scenario. We're like, man, what if someone says our names? Do we all turn at once? What? This is. When life gives you lemons, don't make it lemonade. Make life-taking lemons back. Demand the manager, and make him take them back. Oh. I don't want to be a Karen. That sounds like a Karen approach to the problem. No offense. It's just, I'm more like, shit, lemons? What do these taste like? Oh. Probably good on some fish. I'll go get some fish. These are tart. Make some ceviche or something. The octal rectifier? I don't think I've seen that. One of the people I follow on Twitter, they just got a new nonlinear circuits module. They were really excited because I guess it got held up in customs for a while, and it was the Neuron. And I had a little chat with him because I was like, oh, I've never gotten that. It sounds like a cool module. I've been trying to, you know, when you're at the pizza buffet, you know, you want every style of pizza they have there, but you need to pick what you want most first. So I haven't gotten to the Neuron pizza yet, but it looks delicious. All that extra cheese, yeah, and the differential rectifiers, yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. It's a weighted Boolean gate. That's the correct way to describe it. I just know it was gonna generate some sweet CV. Whoa! Man, we're getting some followers today. Who be dat? That be Sickest. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Sickest. Coming in with that piping hot follow. Welcome into the channel. We are kicking it today in Jamtown. We're normally building this stuff, but the last week of the month we hang out here and we jam on it. We make music. We try to remember why we're here, what our purpose is. For me, my purpose is to not die from electrocution. And I walk a razor-thin line every second of my life. Between life and death. Let me tell you something. The air tastes better. Colors are more vibrant. Everything's... Oh wait, I think I'm just stoned. I think that's just pot, actually. I don't think that's the electricity or my lifestyle. I think that's drugs. But they do that. So, you know, think about it. If you don't get the paranoid, you don't freak out and like start thinking the cops are there. They are there though. Is there an announcement for an unfollow? God, I hope not. That would be depressing. I guess to compliment the brand new, it would be like, fuck you. So long, butthole. Later, loser. Well, I don't know. I mean, What else do you say to someone who unfollows you? I don't think there's a lot of room for love, you know, in this crazy internet world. Nah. Anyways. My mustache is sensing something. So you might not have followed the scene too much, but Michael Hetrick has made some great virtual modules. No, I did not know about that. That's cool. Yeah, well, there are some modules too that are similar to NLC. The Wicked, spelled W-I-Q-I-D, I think. That's the company. They make a module called Langur, and it's a sloth. It does basically sloth generation stuff, and it's fantastic. Hello, cops. My weed is legal now. Why don't you just go buzz off? Why don't you go tell the federales what's up? He made a ton of React. Oh, cool. Bye, bitch. Yeah, we could do that sound effect. I like that one. Ooh, Raven with the Thank you so much. Evening to yourself, mate. The old jam machine's making some pretty good space music. When we just here, wonder if I want to have the first jazz sig in front of cop's office. Yeah, I don't really want to be a douche. You know? I mean, it would kind of be like a big fuck you, but, you know, I mean, just because you legally can flip off the cops doesn't mean it's the greatest idea. You know? Like, just because you can get in shark-infested waters and no one will stop you from doing it doesn't mean you should. I mean, you're probably gonna be okay. I mean, the sharks are tiny. They'll probably just take like a foot or a hand, not your whole body. So you'll live. But, you know, why fuck with it? I mean, they're just cops. They're stupid. They don't know no better. They're just following the rules they're dumb rules that they got going on. I feel bad for them. They don't know how cool it is not to live that life. Sad, really, you know? Real sad. Could be the music, though. Commercial, I think I found an unfiltered audio. I've not got weed because it's illegal here, but I can vape CBDs. Oh, that's nice. Hey, whatever, you know? It'll happen. It's taking time. If I'm interpreting your name correctly and you're in the United Kingdom, I think it's gonna happen. They'll probably be the last one, you know? They're probably the last people kicking and dragging their feet in. But I know Germany has some very good, strong likelihood of legalization over there. And I don't know too much European weed politics, but I know that the general consensus these days is people are like, well, what's the fucking point? You know, like it's you know, I think in Europe it's a little bit of a different attitude because of like how they deal with the courts and so forth with you know, light drug offenses like with marijuana and so forth, but versus how we are in the U.S. But still, all in all, I would be surprised if it doesn't happen in the next 10 years. I don't know. Hey, 3D Jeff. Hello. Welcome. I ran down the road, picked up a pound of BBQ. Yeah, Hayes, I wish you could have directed me to some good barbecue. I had shit. The more I thought about it, the more I was like, man, this is really bad. I pay a lot to get medical in Germany. Oh, they have like a medical exception there? Interesting. I didn't know about that. I hope it'll be legalized here before the next election because the next government will probably be conservative again. Yeah, right, the pendulum, the good old political pendulum. Fucking annoys the living shit out of me. Barbecue is a hell of a drug. It's my favorite. There's a place near here. I need to go to it. I haven't been to it since COVID. And I think they're back. Most of the time, states treat marijuana use like alcohol, use it to sense it so they can just... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in the U.S., it's very much, a door, open a door to other charges and being able to search and find other reasons to lobby other charges. Sometimes the drug charges even get dropped. I know dozens of stories where someone got busted with something and it went from a large amount to a smaller amount, and they're like, "What?" And the only answer is the cops did their drugs, and there wasn't enough for evidence anymore because they smoked it or snorted it. I still live here, so I don't have anything. Well, no worries. To each his own. Man. When I lived in Oklahoma, hey, Oklahoma, let's go. That's my, almost still my home state. I got like one more year, and then I'll be living here in Arizona longer than I've been I lived in Oklahoma, so. I lived across the street from the best barbecue spot I've ever seen. I was so lucky. I'm telling you, Stinky, that's where my bar is. I grew up just like dozens of, there was just like a great barbecue place. There were like 4 of them in every bloody town. And your argument was which was the best barbecue. Not necessarily, the best ever. It was like, out of these 5 or 4, which one do I feel like? And yeah, I moved out here, and it took a long time for me to find a place, and they kind of they didn't exist until maybe 8 years ago, 10 years ago. Problem of getting people to use the government store because, oh yeah. We don't exactly have the medical here. It's in trouble finding the doctor willing to prescribe. Interesting. Yeah, there'll have to be further legislation to protect. But there's here in Arizona, we had medical for a good 6 years, maybe 8, and basically it was set up so lucrative to where you had a weed doctor and then a dispensary or a weed store basically right next to each other. So you could go into the doctor, say, "Yeah, doctor, I'm having trouble sleeping. I've got back pains, List those things. I've taken painkillers from my doctor, from my other doctor, and I don't like them. They make me sleepy, blah, 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 I've tried marijuana, and it's worked great for me. I was hoping I could get a prescription from you." No problem. Ba, 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 ba. They write your prescription, then you go right next door, and you go, "Yeah, I'll take an 1/8 of Maui Wowie, and let me take some of these cookies here. These look good. How much are these? 10 a piece? I guess I'll get 2. And then, what else we got here? Now, are those like... What are these, like sweets? What are these? These look good. What are these? These are yummy. Yeah, I'll take some of those. And, go ahead and put in some more. Oh, really? Wow. Well, Well, that's terrible. Hopefully that attitude changes. There are plenty of doctors. Honestly, they're just sympathetic. They're not pro-pot. You know, they didn't go to medical school or anything like that, and they're not disgraced doctors or anything like that. A lot of the time, it's a great way to get it. You know, for some of these people, I think it's a great way to get their practice started and get revenue in to move on to something else. But you know, promoting medical marijuana, I feel like a lot of those doctors probably they're quite ethically comfortable with it, and whatever. I don't care. I never did it. I never got my medical marijuana license here in Arizona, strictly out of my like punkish. Well, there's a couple of reasons. One is I literally do not need the government's permission. It was my mind's. I don't need to go buy a hemp stamp. Like back in the 70s and 80s, they're still kind of around. I think some states, there's a thing called a hemp stamp. And it was this fucking stupid bullshit law to where, so you could go down to the courthouse, get yourself a hemp stamp. That hemp stamp says that you have marijuana and you paid taxes on it. Well, it also puts you on a list for someone that has marijuana in their house. So it was kind of ridiculous. So what would happen is you get busted for pot, and then on top of that, they would throw that you didn't pay your taxes, your hemp stamp. So it was this really kind of like, I don't know, evil accounting trick or something. Evil accounting evil. So I kind of felt like the medical marijuana thing was a little bit like that. The other reason is it actually kind of hoses you in a couple of other legal scenarios that you don't think about. For example, if you get in a car accident here in Arizona, one of the questions on that paperwork, and one of the questions you are legally must answer, is if you have a medical marijuana card or not. If you check yes, you've lost your case. It will not hold up. You will not make it, when you go to court, it will not hold up. You will always be found at fault, regardless. Unless there's something crazy, but if there's a question of fault or whatever, and there's no other evidence, they'll just go, well, this guy's a stoner. Oh, well, probably his fault. So that's the other reason. I didn't really want to create a paper trail to the reality of that I might be a stoner. So anyways, that's why, that's the main reasons that I never bothered to get it. And I knew that eventually it would just become legal, because that's how it happened in Colorado, that's how it happened in California, that's how it happened in New Mexico. And so I just needed to be patient. And it really did kind of help out, because I knew one guy. He got basically, there was a crazy incident that happened, and someone broke into their house, and he came home, and there's cops all over his house, and it was just like some crazy ex-girlfriend or something. But the cops were there, and they swept his house, and the cop pulled him aside, and he said, "Hey, we swept your room's safe. I noticed on your desk you had some marijuana and some rolling papers." And he was like, shit, I'm fucked, aren't I? And so he's like, yes, I did, officer. And he goes, do you have a medical marijuana card? And he goes, not currently. And he goes, okay, why don't you go in there and put that somewhere else? And he just let my friend go in, put it in the drawer, and shut the drawer and walked back out. And I was like, well, that's really cool of the cop. And honestly, it was just going to be paperwork he didn't want to deal with, so he gave you that out. And there's plenty of stories of that outside of it, but I kind of was like, I kind of wondered how much of the whole medical marijuana legalization and so forth played into the cop just going, I don't want to deal with this. Can you go and hide it from me, please? It's over there. Just go get rid of it. Evil Play is good. Can you deduct things you buy for your job from taxes over there? Yes. I can do the pot, but I'm not going to. I have a friend who does that. I have a friend who does do that. He actually doesn't charge the weed, but he grew his own, and he put that all under medical expenses. And it stuck. It worked fine. In fact, so we have the same accountant, and his accountant bragged to me about what a clever idea that was. And he's like the most straight-laced dude ever. I mean, he's got a little bit of party in him. He's a percussionist, but he's really just like, really clean-cut accountant dude. And he's like, hey, your friend Ben, I don't know if maybe you're in the same boat or anything, but he started growing his own marijuana. And he put it all under medical expenses because it's on his medical card, and I can't argue that. And so far, the feds in the state haven't fought back. You should think about it. I'm like, thanks, man. I don't have the room that he has, or the time to grow pot in my house. Plus, my wife would really hate how it just stinks like weed for like an entire 3 months straight. So, cops are pigs. That's really a gym. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I don't like them. I never did when I was a kid. I always had in trouble with them. But as I get older, I kind of have more of an objective view that it's like, they're just dumb. They don't know how to party. They don't know what's good for them. I feel sad. It's just like people that are, extremist in some way, like they like the doomsday preppers or something like that. That's a pretty ridiculous group to make fun of. And I just feel sorry for them. They're like, oh man, you're missing all the fun. Maybe it is fun to prep for the end of days. I don't see it, but whatever. Grow ups, yeah. The same guy. He's smart. He's a smart cat. He's the only person I know of that has like punk bands that actually make money. Like it's a business. They have all these gigs. They have all these shows they play every year. They all make a reasonable amount of money from it, and it's it's just. And he just has other like side businesses and other things he does. I don't know. He's an interesting character. He actually might be somebody fun to bring on sometime to chat with. He collects he has the most insane toy collection I have ever seen in my life in person. Like he had he got a new place, but him and his wife, but they had like a 4-bedroom house. Yeah, a master bedroom, and then there were these 3 other rooms. And all 3 rooms were filled with toys. Like display cases. He had glass display cases like what you would get at retail stores, lining the walls, filled with toys. He had shelves lining the walls, filled with toys. He had 3 rooms like that. 3 rooms. And they're all like these enormous shrines too. Like his Simpson shrine, his Simpson thing is incredible. He has every fucking Simpson action figure ever made. They're all on this giant fucking... it's incredible. One other thing, here's a funny thing about his deal. So him and his wife, when they got married, their honeymoon, they took it in Tokyo. They went to Tokyo for 2 weeks straight, living in Tokyo, the most expensive city in the world. This was before Airbnb as well, so they were staying in hotels. He sold, I couldn't even tell the difference. and he sold about $10,000 worth of toys. Like one day I came over and he's like, yeah, man, I'm almost there. I got like 4 grand sold. What, on eBay? Yeah. Wait, you made $4,000 on eBay or you sold 4,000? No, that's pocket money. Wow. Yeah, I just need a little bit more and then, I forget his wife's name. We'll be able to go to, we'll get our tickets soon for Japan, and I still cannot tell any difference in what his collection. Like, there was no dent, there was no shelf missing, nothing. He sold the shit that he didn't care about, or he had duplicates of, or I don't know, man. It was crazy. Anyways. Chris Perillo. Oh, I love Chris Perillo. Yeah. No, Chris has a fantastic Star Wars collection. And I've had a few friends with really good Star Wars collections, like really respectable ones. And yeah, Chris also, he kind of beats those people out for the presentation. Because again, like my friend Ben, he had these really expensive glass display cases from stores, and that's a big deal. That's not like, you can't, I don't know, it's a pain to get those kind of things, and I see Chris doing the exact same deal with those kind of curios, the glass curios with his collection as well. So yeah, I love the fact that he makes toys too. That kind of got me more into the idea of like getting a 3D printer or modifying my machine to print, because I was like, well, I could make action figures. That sounds silly. All right, my ex-girlfriend had a pretty impressive collection of toys. Damn, she was fun. Yeah, it always is, right? Don't you know it was the good old days? Don't you wish someone would tell you it was the good old days when it was the good old days? It's like, I had an ex-girlfriend, and I think the part that I missed the most was her dad. Her dad and I got along so well, and he was so cool, and we both like just thought each other was so funny, and I don't know, it was like kindred spirits, me and her dad. And then when her and I split, it was, wasn't amicable, wasn't a clean break, and I always was like, so long. Forgot his name. What was his name? Charles? Steve? I don't know, whatever. It was a big bummer. He was a weird dude too. I have a couple of vintage Star Wars beaters. They're tough though. I will open a printer shop in the U.S. soon. The Prince of Bel Air. You gotta get the fresh prints. Oh, do we have a dab on the? I think I saw one and I totally put it off. Let's do it. Oh shit, that's right. I meant to do that today too. I meant to up our stream to 1080p, because we keep getting a transcoder. I can't think of a time that we haven't gotten a transcoder. I've checked it for weeks and I haven't ran into one day, and I'm pretty sure it hasn't been that, we haven't had we always get one. I don't think the days of not getting one were like a couple years ago. So I think I'm gonna up the stream's res to 1080. We'll do 1080-30 for now, but we can do 1080-60. We'll just have to see, because I don't know. One of the reasons we're getting a transcoder may be because our output is 720-30, and that's like easy for them to downsize because it's not that much data, versus like a 1080-60, which is going to be almost 4 times the size. Well, not 4, but pretty close. 3 times that size. I'm gonna do that again. I don't feel like that. Yeah, let's do that again. We need to get properly zapped. Question. Do people still dab at all? Now, I'm talking about the dance move this time. Do people still do that at all? I have not seen one modern instance of someone on the television set going, "Oh, that's lit, fam." You know, like, I'm pretty sure it was like something that lasted a whole year. And now it's, you know, it's kind of like, it's kind of like the Macarena, you know? Like, nobody really, maybe at weddings, you know, maybe like special events, the DJ is like, ah, damn it, all right, play your cursed Macarena. But COVID killed it. Let's remember those that we lost during COVID. The dab. The backpack. And when we tried to bring back the Cabbage Patch. So many sad losses this sad time. Actually, it would be kind of funny. That'd be kind of a funny sketch. Let's not forget, COVID not only took some of our friends and family away, but it also took away some very promising moves. Let's all have a moment of silence for the dab, the backpack, and Bob Saget. 21 dab salute. Ooh. Nah, I don't really care about Queen Elizabeth. I'll do 21 dabs though for anybody else. Well, within reason. I'll do 21 dabs for Anthony Bourdain or something like that. That sounds like I'm more into that. Watch this. What are we talking about? Yeah, right? Dab only means one thing to me, too. So I think we're taking the word back, which feels good. Feels good. I feel empowered. Like it's already, yeah, exactly. I don't really give a shit. I don't really talk about it because, I mean, just, people are bizarrely sensitive on that topic, so I'm just like, okay, whatever. It's a weird hill to die on. But for me, I don't give a fuck. I never met her. She never met me. Our lives were always separated by nearly 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon. It's not very interesting. It's like the same feelings I have for the Kardashians. Yeah, that's actually... Holy shit, that's 1-to-1. Yeah, they're both like awful sort of people. It's stolen wealth and things from other cultures. Yeah, this is actually lining up pretty good. I hadn't thought of that before. Interesting. All right. Just to be clear, I don't care about the Kardashians either. Ah, she always watched your stream. The Queen did? Oh, yeah? Well, why wouldn't she? Where was she in chat? She needs to light that chat up. All right? She knows how to spam some emotes. She could be in there. Oh, dear. Look at this. Oh. The laughing man. He's funny. Oh, dear. Laughing man. Fire. 'Cause it's hot. Laughing man. Fire. Hot. Oh dear. There's so many of them. Send. Oh, cherry good. Cherry good. So, yeah, I needed that. The Cardassians. That would be cooler. Lord of the Way. How you doing? We were talking about the trappings of feudalism and monarchy in a modern society that no longer requires such things due to the expansion and invention of such things as voting and electricity probably fucked that up pretty good, and I don't know, there's a lot of things kind of messed it all up. So we were just kind of going over the highlights. I'm kidding. No, we're talking about barbecue. We're talking about where to get good barbecue. In this state, it's Little Miss Barbecue. I don't know what you gotta do elsewhere. Tempo's down. Where are we at on the temp? $1.27? Really? Doesn't feel like it. Yeah, this says 64. Oh yeah, because I did halftime it, so it's actually 64 BPM. So we could double time it. Ah, shit you, man. Going through the stage, just trying to find that. Ah, shit. Tempo's going to keep changing because of the slot decay, so eventually that timer and that delay is going to get out of sync. I'm kind of curious if it's going to just train wreck or it's going to be like cool polyrhythm time. We should look into modding this electrics. It wouldn't be difficult to do, to at least create gates for the momentaries. And then a clock in for that tap tempo. We could do that modification. There's plenty of room inside. Stash a board. Oh, 3D Jeff, that's fantastic. That's wonderful to hear. Starting to get what's our tempo? 121. I think we're going down. Almost sounds like wind chimes. Kind of like crazy wind chimes. Sometimes you get gold, sometimes you get not gold. We can move it. We can move our key over. Like actually, if we subtract one note, 2, 4, that's even. I don't know. Let's try this. Ouch. That doesn't make any sense. Where are you getting your notes, Raj? Huh. That's... Where? Wait, it's from here. Why is it... Is there a sequence here I don't know about? I don't see it. Let me do clear. Okay, it just makes sounds on its own. Could be haunted. Could be. Yeah, I have no idea what's triggering this thing. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Hold up. Yeah, where are you getting your clicky clicks from? That's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Might be a bug. It's kind of cool though. I'm gonna live with it. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I'll repatch this guy. Wonder if... Yeah, but now I can't shift it up, which is weird. Oh, because there is no 1 volt per octave, which is... And now that... Nah, none of it works. You've cursed me! What the fuck? Oh, that fixed the weird playing on its own problem. Yay! What I didn't want. Okay, there now. Don't know where these notes are coming from. Don't have a clue. Don't you know that I don't know a damn thing about it? Nope, 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 nope. Beads. When it gets bored. I have a couple of different wavetable stuff. This Ornament and Crime with the Squares and Circles firmware, I think might have a beads in here or something. I don't know. I'm kind of creeped out this thing still wishes to... Oh, I get it. I know what's up. All right. All right. I get it now. It was feeding from 3 because resonator takes up 2. I forget. I wonder if this is gonna land. Nope. I think it would have with the other one. Let's get rid of the verb. I keep hitting the jazz notes. Should probably not do that. I should just let the thing write the music. I'm no good at it. I'm no good at it. I'm gonna let the robot write the music, and I tell the robot what the kind of music I want it to write. Yo, Scooty, I'm gonna have to break out the Arduino toolbox and make a down and dirty synth. Oh, you should. To me from the Langular. Yeah. What is that? I remember something. That's funny, 3D. Ah. that too much? No, no, just perfect. Just the right amount. Eins, zwei, drei, trinken. Lofgrind, thank you. I'm thinking so. It's from like last month, I think. Let me change these hats up just because I'm bored. Mana mana, there we go. Mana mana bad man. There we go. I'm gonna fix the hats by doing that hat shit. Doing that hat shit. Gonna do that hat shit. Hold up. Let me hat shit. Let me show you what I'm doing with the hat shit. Oh yeah, baby. I'm gonna do the hat shit. Oh yeah, baby. Let me check it out and let me drop that hat shit. Feels like it's on. It's like on the 1 and 3. I could change it up. I do have a reset function. Let's reset it. Maybe not. Where's the cable? Oh wait, what are you? Oh, you're not reset. I think that's in time. All right. Let's expand on this. Let's make it bigger. Yeah, it's like a little bit out of tune there. Like, bring it back. Bring that. Eh. Supposed to have delay on this guy. Where is it? I don't hear it. Am I wrong on that? Yeah. It's a nice verb. Oh, thank you. It's the disting. There's a little bit of the 2 HP in there. Here, we'll size them up. So that's the 2 HP. Here it is dry. Here is the disting. Oh, it's going to stop playing, of course. What the dick, man? Did I hit stop? I think my timer's down. Oh, that's right. Okay, I was like, man, it sounds a little puny. One of the inputs came out. So there's the disting. There's the 2 HP. Here's the 2 HP. So that was the 2 HP, and here is the disting. So there's not like too much of a difference. I think the disting has a little bit of a there's a different tonal. The thing that I notice that's the biggest difference between the two is how noisy they are. So here that's the 2 HP. You can hear all this noise. That's the disting all the way up. Same level everything, no noise. So that's about the biggest selling point difference, but honestly that noise is it's just in the floor. It's a lot higher up than like what I would like, because I keep hearing that shh. But I don't think it's too big of a deal. I'm never getting rid of it. Alright, so we got those two synths. I like this new patch. Let's try this new sound. Let's get rid of the verbs. So hot. So this is the virtual analog. Let's see what that is then. Okay, that's pretty. Okay, so we got three of them. Now we got this last guy here, kind of. There's a fourth one. There's actually a bunch more, but we only have so much time in the day. Let's funk with this. Ooh. Might find out what is that? Alright, stop doing it. Son of a bitch. It's gotta be one of these high ones. Oh, you bastard, don't go down. There it is. Which one is it? Alright. I kinda like that. I'm gonna keep it. Alright. Let's bring this guy in. Ah. We got dab. I don't know if I did that dab. I think I did, but I'm gonna do it again just in case. And then I see another dab. Then a Then a jam track card. Oh my god, I'm way behind. I'm sorry, guys. Not doing a good job. Where's the bass guitar solo? We could do that. Kind of a bass guitar. So it's important to note, we were talking about VCV earlier. Everything that's being done here can all be done on VCV. We could pretty much replicate this. I don't know, the Nava, I mean, you're gonna have to make a drum machine, but everything that we're doing here is pretty cookie cutter. But it never rocked this hard. Yeah, and it should be noted there's no real conventional sequencing. We went through and found notes that sound good together, and it's playing them in different orders. We can change that order if we want. I don't want to right now, but it's pretty easy to do. You play guitar too? Oh yeah. We had it out earlier. We usually I'll play this guy because it's like the nicest guitar I have. It's a Schecter 8-string Damien 8. It's a a really great guitar. It's really fun. Big old fat AMG pickups. I love them. Active, sweet bat inlay for the goth inside of you. Or on top of you. I don't know where this goth is, but it's in you. Sexually. So, we'll this Jamtown, I keep saying it, but if I can remember, I can jack into here and we can run audio. And just use Logic's guitar amp thing as a pre. Zach Wild. It's made for fingers. No, I love the guitar. I got it because I love degen or gent music. I don't know. We were debating on how you're supposed to pronounce it. And it's a form of metal. And that really hangs out in the lows, makes this kind of sludgy chug. It's really fun. But I bought it and I love it. But I honestly, I end up playing more jazz. It's very fun to play jazz with because you have your bass. You know, you have your lower clef and your top, so you can just go back and forth and do little. It's fun. And that guitar is fantastic to play. I highly recommend it. I was going to get a different one when I went to the store. And I played like 7 or 10 different guitars, 8 strings, and I walked out of the store with that one. Do I favor more? My musical taste change as time goes. I can listen to Meshuggah any old day. I love them. Absolutely love them. And but I like electronic music too. I don't know. It's all music to me, you know. It's all rock and roll. I like it. I like this. It totally has that bass man. What are you going to, bro? Wonder what this was for. I seem to remember it was going to something. It's a sloth. Ooh. Oh, we don't have all them on. Alright, let's get these dabs going here. Quite a few dabs here. And then a jam strat card. Oh man, I'm so far behind. I would try to wire this pedal up tonight, but I have a clear coat. Oh yeah. I think that's the harder part of all this, is forcing yourself to do it the right way instead of the way you want. Alright, that was one. That was pretty good. Alright. Let's do number 2, and then we have a hum. It's going to be really useful. I think we'll use the hum to explain the patch voices. All right. We're gonna do 5 minutes of while that's happening. I will attempt to explain the setup that we have going on without using real English words. It'll be, or words of any language. Should be fun. Set a 5-minute timer. Alright, so we have it here. Yeah, baby. Alright, how? No. So, we got this robot. Hey, con, here. Right here. And then go down a minute. Boink. Oink. Alright. Hey. And a hoe. Alright. Hey. Oh, and a hoe. Alright. Now we got a hoe and a mama. And then we never high. A hen. Oh, wait. There we go. Right? Not too long. Hey. Alright, and a hey. Now a hound, and we go, oop. Now, and a hey, and then comes in here, and then and I'm going in here, and I'm going what is it, hey? And going on. Hell yeah. Coming out, and going into this. And we take it up, we can go away. What the hell? Make it go away. Bye. Then I take it back. Son of a bitch. Alright, son of a bitch. Son. Alright, then you get the idea. That guy. So. And I had and good job. And a little ad? You want the ad? Alright. That's it. Now, get him another one at a time. So we'll go with you know? And then we got this one. And then bring in an invite. But we need the meat. That bait. got a hint. We got a hint. And alcohol. No. Wait a minute. Nah. We got hold on. There you go. Hang on. Oh wait. There we go. All right. That was. Good question. Let me zoom out. This
is Jamtown, a magical musical world for you to explore, both within your mind and your internet, but not your intermind. Go forth. Your questions. Go forth in your dopeness.
Alright, I'm working on these these gigs for some motivational tapes. I don't know, I thought that was pretty good. Let me catch up on chat. I think I'm way the fuck behind. Did I tweak the boss? No. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, not since Thursday. He's tough, but he's not tougher than he was Thursday. Fuck everybody. Ah, let's go. Thank you. That's cool. I appreciate that. Well, if you want some more of this, I got you, fam. I got some other cats that do crazy stuff like this, and they talk a lot less. So balance all that out. But welcome in. Yeah, anybody new to the stream, let me throw over a little bit of the goodness here. So down here, you got your stream avatars. Exclamation point commands brings up all their different moves and grooves. Down below there's a box which you can select your stream avatar. There's a bunch to choose from. Go nuts, but not insane. And then there's also little games that you can play as well. Yeah, look at that. That's one of the things you can do. It's almost like the Matrix. You know, when the camera flew around. Here, we'll do like... move like they do. It's just like it, but slightly bit different. And then, oh, what else? Oh yeah, and yeah, we do electronics here. So we're an electronics stream. We build all this stuff. All this is nearly, well, not every single thing, but nearly all of this is DIY. Everything down on this row here and all this stuff, we've made this on the stream. This stuff up here is stuff I built prior to streaming. It's a different format, but kind of the same as this. They play nice, but not perfectly. But a pickle rack! Yeah, the insanity. I don't know. I didn't have no good words. Sid headroom. There you go. But yeah, we build this stuff throughout the week. Most of the time, if you look at our VODs, we've got like a blue mat down, and we're soldering and making these things. That's what our focus is. The last week, though, of the month, we hang out here in Jamtown because, I mean, music is fun. And play with all the stuff that we've built. The newest stuff that we built, we've already kind of played with. We didn't make anything new this month, so that's on me. I thought we could fix a few things. We did fix this guy here, but I thought we could fix a few things to get it rolling, and we never did fix anything major. But right now we're checking out these 4 modules here. There's one that looks identical to this one, but this one's got red buttons. Very, very, very different. Very different. And actually, it is. This module technically does a lot. They're identical on the surface, but this one has a different firmware, and it adds a lot of different functionality, which is something too. We deal with analog circuits, so if that's something you're curious about. But then we also deal with digital things, digital interfaces. I'm learning more and more personally about it as well. We actually have a project I'm looking forward to being able to do soon where we're going to be working with the Daisy, which is kind of like a Tinsy or a Pico or whatever. It's a little badass beast on a chip with a giant like 20, 40 pin dip type socket. But you can do all kinds of audio processing. It's absolutely insane, and it's extremely easy to write for. There's like, it supports a lot of different languages, including Max MSP. So I was gonna try that entry point. Oh. Hey, Paul. I don't know if I have the 8-ball. Did I get the 8-ball working? I guess not. I don't see it. Oh, wait, it did. Oh, it did answer. Oh, that's cool. Isn't pretty. Ooh. Ooh. Nah, you kind of have to really, you really got to earn a ban here. As long as, I mean, as long as you're respectful to everybody, I don't really give a fuck. You know? That's about it. That's all I ask, is you be cool to your neighbors. By the way, how did the mutant clap go? Oh, yeah, it's staring right at me, laughing. Now it still isn't working. My buddy, who's the one who made most of it, he was like, you should contact Hexinverter and see if he'll give you the schematics. And since he's going out of business, or he's closing up shop, I don't know. Going out of business is the right word. Oh, so the chip leg drama, that was actually really fascinating. That's a cool thing. I confirmed and learned something I wasn't for sure about. So that chip, we gotta kill this. So that chip is here's an interesting scenario. So it had, let's keep this simple. Well, it is simple. So pin 3 is supposed to be your positive, it's supposed to be your voltage in. And then on the other side of the chip, which was, I believe, chip pin 12, it was ground. But we had the opposite. Ground was on VCC, pin 3, and there was a power rail going to ground. And I checked it to confirm. I'm like, yeah, that's a power rail. But the one thing I didn't look at was which rail it was. And what ended up happening is we probed it, and it was a negative voltage rail. And so when you do that and you have it inverted, it basically just flips it right back around and works just fine. I'm pretty sure they did that because that was what was nearby. It was just a simple way to solve the, powering that chip. But it was correct in the first place. And I ended up just putting a fresh one in. I had a few of them, so I just ended up putting another one, a fresh one in. And it never really affected the whole time. It never affected the issues that we were having. I can hear it click, so I'm at least knowing the envelope's working, but yeah, I don't know what else is to do. Yeah, it did. It was totally flipped around, but that was because it was sending it a negative voltage. Had it been a positive voltage, it would have not worked correctly. It would have been the same as if you flipped it the other way, because it just inverts it when it comes in. And I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, it did have the ocean sounds, but not Caribbean Queen, which is what I was really looking for. Now our heart shall beat as one. No more love on the run. Yeah, that was fun. Wait, that wasn't part of the lyric, but sure did rhyme, didn't it? Go be great. Billy Ocean, no? All right, super tough crowd. Tough crowd. Not a lot of Billy Ocean fans here. All right. Well, take what you can. All right, I've been patient. Been trying to drink less Dr. Pepper, but it's kind of like quitting smoking or heroin, or smoking heroin. And man, there are good days and there are bad days. So, yeah. Exactly, Iron Imp. I didn't know if you were aware, yeah. Hexinverter is on the list of companies that are getting out of the game. So that's Hexinverter, WMD, and Mutable. I believe that's all we've got on the list right now. Dr. Pepper and green tea. Interesting. I don't think I've ever tried that. I don't think it would taste terrible. I don't know, although I'm thinking of that Arizona tea. Man, I love that shit. I used to drink that all the time. Now I can't drink it anymore. I think they changed their bottling, or I quit smoking cigarettes. I don't know what it is, but it just doesn't taste that good anymore. Future Retro, that was the other one. Yeah. Yeah, and you know what's funny too, Iron, is I'm working on getting into that game. And it's kind of, it's a little bit disconcerting to see people getting out of it. Yeah, what am I smoking? I need to be smoking something. Oh, I used to smoke cigarettes. Back when I smoked cigarettes, I smoked, oh God, it's pretty bad. Oh shit, do I not have any J's? Did I smoke them all? No. Oh man. Oh wait, okay, there's one left. Woo! I gotta rolls a bunch. I gotta go shopping anyways tonight, so I'll just go pick up some more. But yeah, I used to smoke Camel Filterless, and Lucky Strikes. Or Camel Straights, that's what they were called. And I smoked a lot. Like, I really liked smoking cigarettes. And I was really, really big advocate for it, kind of a weird flag to champion, but, I was a kid. I didn't know no better. And yeah, I was like 28, I think, and I was outside smoking, and I was just like, it just dawned on me. I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. This isn't working out for me. I'm having all these, I was just like sitting there contemplating it, and I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't like smoking anymore. I know it's difficult to quit, blah, blah, blah. And I tried to quit before, and it didn't work out. So this time I was very motivated to quit, and it worked out too. I started a job around that same time that gave you free health insurance. Like there was no deductible, well, not deduct, you still had to pay, that shit, but like as far as they paid 100% basically, and which in the United States is a very neat thing. They quit doing it about 6 months into when I was working there, but it didn't really matter. And but that was the other carrot on a stick to quit smoking. And both those things combined, and just kind of, there was a bunch of shit I had to learn. I think cigarettes, like quitting smoking, I think for me anyways, was trying to find new things to do, like restructure, because what I did on a break, I go smoke a cigarette. Well, what do I do now on breaks? So I just walked around the building, I just went for walks. I was like, I'll just go for a walk. I just don't want to, I was working in an office, so it was just nice to get outside still, which I did get, when I'd go and smoke a cigarette, but I didn't want to be around smokers or anything like that. So I would just walk around the building, or it didn't have much of a parking lot, but there was like a little street, so I'd kind of just walk around there and just stretch my legs and try to find something different to do on your break, and it worked. After I eat dinner, things like that, a lot of it was that. And once that was out of the way, at the same time, I was using the patch, and I was abstaining from smoking, and all those things together, it kind of worked out. It worked out for me. There was a couple other little tricks I did, but Camel, really? Do you really have a box? Oh, really? You can't get Camel? Yeah, when I was overseas, Camel cigarettes were really expensive. And I never realized until I looked on the box. It says in Europe, in America, it says a fine blend of Turkish and domestic tobacco. But on the box in Europe, it would say a fine blend of American and Turkish tobacco. So I was like, oh shit, that's why these things are pricey. Pistachios? Yeah, there is, I firmly believe that too. There is you can, anytime I got like a really bad nick fit, like a nicotine craving, because I really was addicted, I'd feel it in my back, and I just feel bad, I get a nick fit. And whenever those would happen, I had a couple ways to combat it. One was I would drink grape soda. I don't ever drink grape soda, but I would buy some grape soda and I would drink it, and it was so strong that it would like offset my palate, and it would kind of help me get over it. And it would kind of simulate a little bit of what inhaling a cigarette would feel like too. And then the other one, which is not as good, I was careful with it more, but the other one was ice cream. I would just get a small cup of ice cream, like maybe 1 scoop, and just eat that whenever I really wanted a cigarette. Again, not the best thing, because then you might end up gaining a bunch of weight from eating fucking sugar milk. But I didn't. I was in my late 20s. I had really great metabolism back then, and so it wasn't a big deal. But I mean, it was effectively like a trick of like offsetting that. Like I learned a little bit later that there's your vagus nerve if you're never mind. I'm going into topics I'm like, wait a minute, I don't really know enough to talk about that with any level of certainty. Never mind. But either way, I think it's a trick of like kind of stimulating a nerve or tricking a nerve or offsetting. Like I remember my dad one time, he's like, oh yeah, I went to the the dentist or whatever, and this, you know, I had this itch, but you know, I would scratch it, and there was you know, it was still numb there, so nothing would happen, and it itched, and then I scratched my belly just for no reason, and the itch went away, and I'm like, so I kind of borrowing from that anecdote to buy a pack, smoke one, throw the rest out. That will show to the tobacco companies who's the real winner there, right? Right? You take their shit and you throw it in the trash right after you give them your hard-earned cash. Brilliant. I'm gonna Yeah, exactly. Mileage may vary, but I just, you know, I throw that out there to anybody trying to quit, because those are things that I did, that I struggled with, and I pulled it off. I've taken 3 drags in my life off of a cigarette, and all 3 times I immediately was like, oh, this was a really bad idea. It was like, you know, crack cocaine or something. I was like, I can't. And I just like handed it right back to the person. I was like, don't let me do that again. Like all 3 times. And all 3 times I've been drinking too. So that classic backslider, the classic backslide lube. Liquor. It worked for me, huh? Well, you do a few times and negotiate with reinforce. Yeah. There's just tricks to it. But I always throw it out because people had a hard time with quitting smoke. I've known a few people that still smoke, and I know they want to quit, or I hope that they do. I think the best one was Mrs. Heresy. When I met her, she smoked. I hadn't smoked for like 10 years. It was pretty gross at that point to me, and it always bugged me, you know, the smell of cigarette smoke off of her and everything. And eventually, you know, she just had her own little epiphany, and she's like, I'm gonna quit. And she quit. She uses she vapes, but honestly, I'll take vape any old day. I'll take that silly ass thing and its noise and all that crap, just so she doesn't smell, you know, like a cigarette when she gets into bed. You know, there's one thing like when people smell like a campfire, and you're like, ah, it's nice, but when they get into bed every night smelling like a campfire, you're like, okay, you should bathe first. Hey, Venus, what was that? I enjoy smoking and won't quit. Sitting on the shitter, having a marble. Hey, no judgments, mate. No judgments. I simply throw that out to anyone who does want to quit, is all. I'm always up for that. I don't have any, I don't really have any problem with people that smoke, per se. I still have plenty of friends that do. And I don't, and like I said, my wife, he literally smoked, and I'm, you know, and that's when we were dating too. It wasn't like something I had to get into later on, like, well, yeah, she picked up smoking, I guess I got used to. No, it was on the table right out of the gate, so I don't really have a huge problem with it, but I am glad she decided to quit, because this will sound weird. She smells wonderful. I love the way my wife smells, and I used to have to like wait until after she did get out of the shower before she had a cigarette, and I would kind of enjoy that, and then it would be now it's like all the time. I probably sound like a real creepy dude, but whatever, it's love. Fuck you. I express it in my own weird ways. Much of the time going like some sort of, like, what's his name in Blue Velvet? I can't remember the guy, you know. Now it's dark, you know. I kind of like that, but more romantic. And without a gas mask. I just shove my face in her hair. I'm off the toilet 6 weeks. Well, there you go. Upgrade. Says the guy, the more you watch this pussy, you will love it, but go play more guitar. Well, yeah, we'll get the guitar out. We'll do it. We're gonna basically have our stream. I have a bunch of stuff coming up, so it's basically gonna be every other day. So we won't stream tomorrow, but we'll stream on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then we should get back into order after that. I do kind of wish I never started, but I like it. Yeah, and I loved it too. Honestly, I really enjoyed smoking. I was a huge advocate for it, if there could be such a thing. And I think I share your mindset very much. I just enjoyed it. There were so many things that I enjoyed about it being in for me, you know, how it worked into my life. But just literally one day, I was just looking at it and I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. So that was me. 15 years down the drain. Sodom, Germany. What? We need to smell love. Yeah. Well, you know. I mean, looks are one thing, but smell? That's pretty deep, yo. You love the way your SO smells? Yeah, they could get hit up by a train and mangled up and turned into some like weird shell of a human. But as long as they have that delicious, yummy, sexy smell, I'm okay. You know, I'll get through. I'll be all right. You know. Looks are for so long, but smells are forever. Smells are forever. Remember that, kids. That's true love. Bad thing about smoking in the bathroom is the shower steam makes... Oh, I know. Yeah. I would... my bathroom in one of my apartments, I remember just have it, and I was like... And it's really hard to clean off, too. I did discover you can get... there's this stuff, Nature's Miracle, that's supposed to, it's for like cleaning up, you know, cat and dog piss and stains like that. And it's an enzyme, so it attacks, whatever, it attacks shit. And it's pretty powerful to use. I haven't tried it myself with tobacco that I can recall. But I've heard it's a really useful thing to try, or a useful thing to use. I don't know. Bleach works? Oh, well then, fuck it. I had a hard time getting it off, as I recall, with my muscles, my elbows. Oh shit! I forgot we've got other things to do on this list. Oh my god, that was my microphone. Oh, we got a jam strat card. Let's do a jam strat card. And the base of this thing is so jacked up. All right, we got the jam strat cards. Let's get these guys out. Now these are from the Golden Shrimp Guild. The famous Golden Shrimp Guild. Getting famous there. Nick Bat brought them up. Nick, apparently, according to Nick Bat, Golden Shrimp Guild, pulse width modulates. Yeah, he seemed pretty happy. He likes what they're doing. And That's where him and I agree. But after that, bifurcates. Oh, we got textured walls here. It's awful. Whoever remodeled the bathroom used saved fiberboard. Ooh, weird. All right, so the Jamstrat cards, I think it's 50, 52. No, 50. From many of the golden shrimp. Oh yeah, I can't. These things are too thick to like. Well, I could probably shuffle them like a deck of cards, but I'm not gonna try. I'll just embarrass myself. I just got Shrek and Elden Ring. Oh, nice. All right. Let's try the first. Yeah, don't put any effort into the rental. I had a friend who did that. I thought it was the weirdest thing. I was like, why are you putting money into this? Well, I live here. Yeah, it's not your job, though. Man, you should rent from me. That'd be the coolest renter ever. I just take money from you, and you do everything. It's awesome. Schmuck. Nah. All right, let's pull from this. We'll try the first one. Now, a common issue that we got a Miss Choya. You gonna come in here, big girl? Let me turn the fan on. It's a little smoky in here. There we go. You gonna come in? Oh yeah, she's deaf. I don't know why I make sounds. She can't hear. All right. She may not make it all the way in, and she's gone. It was ill-fated. It was not meant. Bye. Bye. Oh yeah, she can't hear. She's deaf. All right. First one. Here, you know what? Stand by. I'm gonna do my own jam strat. Alright. I was just getting really tired of the repetition. I was like, I gotta change it. Gotta change it just a tiny bit. All right, first Jamstrat card that we have drawn from the Jamstrat card deck of the Golden Shrimp Guild is, pardon me, Act Detect. Act Detect says, fade out all drums and focus on tonal aesthetics for about 8 minutes. Damn it. These are bad timing. This is a good one, though. Maybe I should put a pile for cards that work. And then make a pile of cards that not so work. All right. This place has a bit of a 1921. Oh, plaster. Great. Yeah, well, so like foam like this stuff won't stop sound from coming in. when you put stuff like that up on the walls, all it does is remove the refraction in the room, but it doesn't. It offers a little bit of insulation, but nothing that's going to be worth it. You know, and honestly, anything to absorb on the walls will get rid of the refraction. I have these things just because, well, like for example, these are set up this way because they're right above the speakers, and there's a bunch of bass and shit that gets caught up. There's another one that's behind here that's right above the where we do the stream, and then well, here there's this guy here, and that's where I do VOs. I took the mic down, but I'll do VOs and video editing and everything from there. And so I have that so that you, and all I'm trying to do is just get rid of refraction, try to do the rejection as much as possible, and that does it. I did want to put one more above this, but I haven't gotten around to it because it's just lazy. I have to. Oh, here's a tip though. A cool thing about these. So these, all this foam that I have hanging from the ceiling and I have hanging on the walls, all I'm using to mount it is penny nails. Not big-headed nails, nothing like that, just penny nails. You just tap them in through the foam, try to make as small of a hole as you can with that nail, make it into the surface that you're applying to. It stays. Do a few of them. The surface tension and everything of all those will support the weight. I've been surprised not even one of these has slightly come loose or anything like that, and it's been about a year. It's pretty good. So just a tip, because they always come with these like stupid adhesives, and that shit is awful, because now that foam is fucking worthless when you try to take it off the wall. It gets all shredded and torn up. And if you just use tacks, you can just use it again and again, as long as you don't shred it from the tacks. You know, you're not using like big old wood screws or something and drilling it in. Not T-A-C-K. And then the plural would be T-A-C-K-S. But you could try to using your taxes. I don't know. Man, you can't even hang pictures or shelves. Everything's ground supported. That's gotta suck. Masonry bits. Oh yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. All right. Let's try another jam card here. Yeah. It's they have stucco here, but that's for the exterior. Yeah, I know. I hate that material. It's so asinine. All right, next card. Let's try it out. Let's go. Stop stalling, Sid. All right. X Studios, go off genre and forget about genre altogether. I remember this card. That explains my entire life. I don't know if this one's gonna work, so I'm gonna put this in the I don't know pile. Let's try it again. All right, now we got Moon House. Ugh. chuck a salad in there. Moonhouse, create a lead with an unconventional controller, aka not a keyboard. Behold, we already did that. We've been doing that since day one. So, I'm gonna put that in the, I don't know. So we got 2 unannounced and 1, but bad timing because we haven't had the drums on for a while. Let's see. Frost. Oh yeah, Frost. I don't think I've seen Frost in a while. Add feeling, play it live. That's the only way I play. I haven't been able to play Dead in ages. All right, I'm gonna keep going here. Top shrimp. Huh. Yeah, but I don't think I've seen them in a while. I want to say, or it hasn't. I haven't noticed, anyways. Information tray. Distort something. Okay, we could do that. We've got the multi-band distortion. We'll do that one. What do we want to distort? We already have the bass technically distorted, so, well, not technically, it literally is running through some distortion. So, that is not going to happen. So anything else is on the table. We can go through. We've got the drums. We can run those to distortion, although I don't care for that distortion too much. Let me give you the synth voices that we got working with. We can just kind of listen to them and. This one is 3. That was 3. Here's 2. I'll let it do its thing. Damn, it's good, Dr. Pepper. It's a little quiet there. Let me give you a little big boy sweep. Let me give you a little. Oh yeah, the filter takes off really quick. So that's 2. Here's 1. Now it's got some delay on it. So depending on what we want to do, if we want to run the delay pre or post the distortion, that is an option. Let me take this guy up. And of course we can play with that delay. And that's kind of what's on the table. There is some other stuff, but those are the ones that are running on their own. We don't have to do anything. This guy has already got distortion, so he doesn't need any more distortion. So I don't know. Let me let's do a poll. I don't know what to call these, so I'm just gonna go with, this is 1. Here, 1 is kind of a high sound, so we'll go. This is 2. Mid, maybe? I don't know. Let's hear what it is to 3. Yeah, we'll call 3 mid bright. Well, they're all gonna be bright if you... we'll call this one mid short. And then 3 is mid long. Alright. We'll just make this 2 minutes. Oh, man, I misspelled synth. Oh well, you guys know how to imagine an H. Doesn't really matter. It's more about the feelings. There's 1. There's 2. And there's 3. You guys should have the poll up in the chat, hopefully, if things aren't broken. That's 2. That's 1. This is 3. Yeah, right. John Wickton. You know. It's a cool sounding name. All right. Let's see. What do we got? Oh my God, we got a tie between 2 and 3. That means we must distort both 2 and 3 simultaneously. Understood. Luckily, our distortion has 2 ins and 2 outs that are all together. So really we just need to send it 2 ins and then 1 out. So we get a channel back. That's kind of cool. Stand by, I have to think for a second. Oh yeah, I almost... Oh, I need 2 of these, don't I? We'll do... All Let's do, or I'm sorry, that was 2, and now we'll do 3. And yeah, makes it. Oh wait, yeah. So that's 3's out. So now we just have that one plugged in at the moment. Let me patch back in the 2, and we'll. Can I get by with an orange? I can do it. All right. Let's see. So there's no distortion yet. It's just overdriving the shit out of it. Alright, let's give it some distortion. We'll distort the lows first. Jesus Christ, that's hot. I may have to go through something to attenuate it. Yeah, let's do that. It's so hot. And not the yummy kind of hot, more like the kind of hot. If you know what I'm talking about. Some of you probably do. Some of you will know what I'm talking about later on when you get older. Shut up. All right, there we go. All right, we got the low distorted. Let's go through. Oh. So I got the distortion all the way up. tempo at? It's staying pretty steady. Oh wait, that's not right. 125. So lazy about it. Like the tempo shifted. It is down. Okay, so we are fluctuating. It's just a little wonky. Dirty P. Beep. Oh wait. I forgot I switched the camera. Pew pew. minutes. Are you kidding me? Whoa. Wow. That's my horse voice. Whoa. Hey. Wow, mate. Thank you so very much. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good weekend. We got some Jamtown cooking. What are we at? Oh, I hold on a minute. I gotta go see a man about a horse. Yeah, there's a little dude. I just had to make sure I knew it was 4 hours and 20 minutes in. Time for you to head out. Oh, hey, no worries, mate. Thank you so much for hanging out. Have a good weekend. I hope to talk to you soon. And stay super geil. Pardon me. Let me cough into your ear. What do we want to change? We should change something so that it's... Here, I'm gonna pull out the old Stuhl so I don't have to... I can go longer. That's exactly what you're thinking, Tim. If I have a stool. Oh, actually that feels good. Alright. I want to change something. I think it's going to be my hair. No. What do we have? We do have, we have the plague. We have a couple oscillators here. They're just good old Joe Schmo oscillators. You know, the only thing is we don't have a quantizer. I meant to calibrate these, but I didn't. I feel bad. Not super bad. Let's do them later, you know, right? Oh, you know what, though? That thing has a quantizer built into it, doesn't it? Wonders never cease. That's right. Yeah, let's try that out. I like that idea. Pardon me while I move my stool over here. Oh shit, I like lassoed my headphones. All right. So we're gonna get rid of this and this. Since they're so confusing, I'm just gonna disconnect both of them. It's like they're both blue. And then we're gonna take the audio of this and actually we'll just stop the last stage. Instead of going out to the mixer directly, we'll have it go through the Tesseract. And this should be interesting too. Alright, for note, I could give it, so the note I got, but the gate I didn't think about. Let's do note first, and then we'll... Oh wait, you know what? Note is so close, I should use a shorty.
Shorty, where you at, Shorty? When you getting back to being short again? 'Cause you tall now, and I don't like that. Makes me feel shorter.
Why don't we just do 16th notes or something? We'll do quarters. It's kind of loud, I know. Here, let's open up the... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Captain. I believe I'm receiving a transmission. It's from the Dolphinoids. They are called... They say... You are a bunch of... legged... losers. They're calling us losers, sir. I've never been so disgraced in my life. A fucking dolphin. We are land dwellers. We will not be insulted. Well, we're in Lydian, right? Are we in Aeolian? Which sausage are we in? Which flavor? I think it's Aeolian. I'll just look. I was right. I wasted my time. Alright. That sounds like some vocoder. Dude, we'll get rid of the delay. Or I'll try. Alright, now we gotta feed this fucker. Alright, maybe something a little slower. Alright. Now we'll feed another one. Here, let's try a different one. Right, and another one. We don't have any sample and holding, but I think I'll get over it for now. We could do it, actually. Don't make me. All right, let's do the last stage here. All right, there we go. There's our notes. Let's take them all in. We need one more feed for the last stage. I need something slow. Let me swap this out. I'm gonna go over to the divide and conquer because it's got really low times. I don't know if it's gonna work with the rest of our notes, though. I haven't tried that yet. Oh, that's right. I'm an idiot. That's what was up. Got a scoot. Hey, 3D Jeff, thank you so much for hanging out. Take care. Have a good rest of your weekend, mate. Hope to see you soon. Yeah, that's nice. so good. Hey, thank you, Pretzel. Thank you so much. I'm digging on this. We've been getting some good stuff out of here. We haven't been doing a lot of rearranging or work to get it. So, good times. Basically just controlling it with these filters. There's there's 5 in use. We could go up to 6, but right now I'm just using this one to attenuate it because the signal's so fucking hot. But we could get a 6th filter if we need to. Which we don't. Not yet. You know what I realized? I haven't really checked these out too much as VCAs, although I think I need to calibrate them as well to null or set their offset. Null their offset. Nope. Nolan. Whatever. So we're down to 100, so yeah, we have been slowing down. I thought so. Yeah, this is nice. Be right back. I gotta go to the restroom. Alright, I'm back. I'm kidding. It was only that simple. BRB. Okay, cool. Ba. All right. Oops. That was important. Back. Turn it off and turn it back on. The classic afterwards jams.
I forgot which channel it was. These two? Feels like that.
Oddly, we haven't used the D today at all, which I'm okay with that. I'd like to, but we got to get that mixer in. I put the order in. We'll have soon. We'll have 16 channels of mixing beauty, 2 separate 8-channel mixers, both with their own pair of effect sends. You know what that means? More effects. And then we've got that Tukra, that drum machine, which I cannot wait to get my hands on it, and it takes care of so many things. And it looks amazing. It looks like a lot of fun. else do we have on the way? The mixer. Oh yeah, and then the Frankentides is gonna come as well. And then yeah, we'll put those stuff together, and I'll see about trying to get some more stuff from them because I want to get. There's some really. The mixers have a really. I'm normally not a big fan about it, but it actually has some useful features. But the mixer actually has like these sort of VU meters, you know, sort of or whatever level meters, whatever you want to call them, and they're gorgeous. They're really, really cool looking, and they have a lot of different settings. So it actually is kind of helpful. And I was like, it's be nice to have, and it would look cool. Doesn't take up that much space, and whatever, you know. We'll just add another rack to it, right? Stack another rack on. And so I want to get that in the direct outs, but I decided not to get the direct outs too because I'm like, well, what are they going to go into? I need to get that. I need to acquire an expert sleepers, whatever it is, the ED3 or ES3 or whatever it is. It's the 14 in, 8 out. I don't remember. It's got a lot of audio ins and outs. It's supposed to interface with a computer via USB, and it gives you all those IOs, and that way I would be able to track everything separately, which I'd very much like to do. Really would like to track all this stuff, and they would all be isolated tracks. So, just trying to upstage me, weren't you? They'll be isolated tracks, so it'll be useful for you guys because I want to be able to provide like more useful material for like remixing and sound designing and maybe even a muse or whatever for your own jams. Because we do have the stuff on the Bandcamp and all that stuff you can download. Those are from a while back, and I'd like to do it again. And there are Jamtown jams, but the difference is there's 11 albums, all but one you get the stems, so to speak. And you get a mix down of like several different modulars, and you get a mix down of some other stuff, and then you get the drums isolated. And usually, like I had like a synth, I'd play a synth on a keyboard, and that's isolated. So really useful if you want to take care of any jazz notes, remix it, make it your own. They're all sold with a share-alike license, so you just do whatever the hell you want with it. Don't worry about it. I don't care. That's why it's there. And it's pretty cheap. Like the albums are, I think I put $5 maybe, and I know that seems a little steep. However, it is literally gigs and gigs and gigs of data. Like I was completely blown away that Bandcamp would let me get away with what I was doing. There's one thing that I had to divide it up. I had to figure out how to do it because it went over 100 tracks. And you basically have to do disc 1 of 2 and disc 2 of 2. And so I was able to get over 100 tracks. So there's a lot of stuff that comes down when you get one of those. So it's not just, you know, I don't know, I felt like that was fairly worth. And of course I think the whole discography is like $35 or $37, something like that. So not too bad. I know. We were debating over what's expensive earlier. $3 is cheap. $30 is 10 times cheap. Oh, man. We do need to make more room, though, soon. I don't know what I want to do. If I want to, if I just want to take these guys out, or I don't know. I really don't know what I want to do. Or if we want to reorganize this whole thing. But, maybe a little bit. Maybe we'll... it wouldn't be that bad. What if we to maybe take one or two of these. We'll take one of this one out, move it over here. Take this one out. Maybe put it over there, and then fill the difference with euro. So that's €1, €2. So that's 2 cases here. We've got another case ready to get built. I'm gonna go ahead and order 3 more cases. I think that'll fill this whole system out. If with 3 more, let me check that through. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Technically 4, because I'm gonna sacrifice this, so we'll need a 4th, and then I also want to do a 1U, but I haven't been able to find anybody that sells a 1U that's rack mountable for 19 inches and is black. Yeah, I know. I could go with the silver one, but I really, I don't know. I guess it really doesn't matter. I could just go ahead and get it, and I may just follow down that path. I'm going to order a bunch of boards soon that are all going to be, there's a bunch of 1U stuff. So I'll start working on that, and eventually I guess I'll have to find a home for it. So we'll get to there when we get there. But yeah, I might do that. I might put that other rack, because we're almost out of room. If we would have fixed anything, I guess we could take these blank panels out to chest those things out, but everything else is either Jamtowns or is being prolonged tested for a buddy, which would be these the Zox Heart and the Mutant Base, stuff like that, and then the rest is being tested for the store, and that's it. I mean that's so yeah, we'll need another case. I was talking to someone on Twitter, and they brought up their nonlinear, and I mentioned this earlier, and I was like, oh, I'm a huge nonlinear fan, and they're like, what modules do you have? And I felt like such a butthole, because I was just like, it was a laundry list. I was like, well, I've got the DP filter, the multiband distortion, the timber and timber, the Sly Grogan, the triple sloth, the divide and conquer, the lead splosh, the 1050 mixer, the dual low pass gate, the dual LFO VCO, and the Plague of Demons. Oh, I forgot to mention the Plague of Demons, actually. I didn't bring that one up. Oh, and then I did mention the Sloth DK. So that's like quite a few, but not even like a 20th of what he has. Hey, Headbanger, I think the best thing would be to demo the wall to the right and expand that expand the bastard into the next room. So there is no next room. I will tell you though, here's the plan. Let me pull this camera back so you can kind of see what we're working with here. So you can tell this is a bay window. There's a lip here that, well, you can't see it, but there's a lip, and this is just a big bay window. These are curtains, this is curtains, these are curtains, and then if you see at the top, you can kind of, here, let me kick it up higher. You can see how it dips in, has that concave in. So, and I've been building into here for a while, and these guys fit fine. I can't go wider anymore, and it's a little bit tricky because of the way the angles are, but I can go up, and that's the plan. Right now, I can get more rack space if I elevate this about 6 inches higher. So if I can get these guys about 6 inches higher, I can be able to use these racks all the way down to the bottom. And if I were to utilize it, I get 2 or 1, I think, and either way, I'm just going to use that for cable spillage between anything that comes in and out, or just, hide cables, because some of this stuff, just It's like the drum machines, the audio cable. I just stuff that in there. After that, we can build for a while, but eventually we'll run out of room in here. My plan for that, hope you're sitting down, because it's a little bit crazy. It's a little bit insane. So my plan after that is these racks are still for sale. You can still buy them. I have to look it up again, but they're never gonna be not made. And to my knowledge, there's nothing different in the dimensions. I've looked up the dimensions. I checked on this a while back, and so far it's all the same. So I have a couple of things I could do. What? I could just stack another rack on top of this. We could go, I don't know. I can kind of reach this high, and then it's kind of uncomfy. Oh, yeah, I came up with a solution for that too. Have you seen those rack furniture things where they're just like at an angle? They're supposed to be at an angle, you know, so they're at the side of the studio, and they have this like nice little 45. So the top is small, but the bottom is big and wide. Well, the top is the regular depth of this, and the bottom is big and wide. So these will be higher, keep in mind, so I can just put it on top, C-clamp the back, which is how these are all held together in the back. They're all just giant fucking C-clamps so that it's all one piece. So I'll C-clamp the back so that it's good. I'll put some weights in there too just to make sure. And then I can go up and over my head. Yes, ground control to Major Tom action right there. Oh my God, just telling it makes me really horny. But not in a weird way, in a synth way. I guess it is kind of weird. Well, whatever, don't judge. Jerk. Is that dude on top Pinhead from Hellraiser inspired by him, or did the eyes just mess with me? No, that is Pinhead. Mrs. Seriously got me a Pinhead mask. He's on like a little wigged skull right now. I got that, and then I have like a Pinhead action figure. That was from this last Christmas. There we go. Yeah, I have a lot of goofy shit up here. Hey, Pomp Rocks, thank you so much again for that gifted subs, by the way. I sent you like a little message, but thank you again. A library ladder? Yeah, right, with the little track rail. You might be onto something. That might be worthwhile. If you really need cheap 19-inch racks, the IKEA lactate. Yeah, but I need it to be really strong. No offense, IKEA. These things they're still for sale. Guitar Center sells them. Sweetwater sells them. All the major retailers here sell this company. I just can't. I have to look. I have to look around. One of them has a sticker, and it has the brand name, and I can just look it up because there's not that many companies still making this stuff. But yeah, I could just go up and over, so I could do all three and have them come up and over. I could raise this one up so that it was even with the others and do that. I don't know. Really, that's way down the road. And the other problem with those, they're a little bit more expensive than these. These are like, I think you can get these, well, I don't know how much they are now. Probably over 100. But they were pretty cheap back in the day, and that's why there's like 3 of them and not 1. But yeah. Oh my goodness. Sid's gonna die in an avalanche. So I'm really careful about it, how I do it, and I've brought it up before. It's funny is the modules and everything really aren't that heavy. Like this up here creates a weight, and if I have to, I was gonna throw cinder blocks in the back of this, but right now it's so light. The only real weight is the actual unit itself, like the wood itself. The modulars probably had maybe, I don't know, a few pounds, not that much. It's pretty ridiculous. So if I did go up and over, I'd C-clamp the shit out of it. I'd put some weights in the back so it wouldn't cantilever and, you know, tip over. I'd do my homework, but that would be the worst, to come home one day and just all that shit on the ground. Took out half my other equipment in the studio too. Yeah, nightmare fuel. But if I did do that, I'd probably do it that way. But I don't plan to do that anytime soon. We still got plenty of room down here. We've got 1, 2, 3. So we got like six more to fill, maybe 7 really. So we'll be all right. Well, it'll be a while before we get there. A couple of years. Sure, the IKEAs are just pretty thin wood, and or cupboards wouldn't dare to stand on them. Yeah. This stuff isn't any better, I'm sure, but it should work. It should be good, you know. And honestly, I think now that I think about it a little bit more, if I was concerned about the weight or anything, I'd probably do some reinforcing on the inside, like just put like an L bar, like an L brace in there, and just screw it in so that the wood never pulls apart and separates from the joint. But again, many moons down the road. But we have thought about it, and it is totally viable. The speakers will have to find a new home, but that's okay. I'll get over that. As long as I had like this Major Tom to ground control experience all the time, I'll be all right. I'll get through it. One of the bigger universities near me sells their surplus stuff after they have racks like. Oh yeah, I've seen that too. People posted in the chat several times, and there's a lot of medical equipment. It seems like it's older. I haven't seen anything in the last, that's been made in the last 20 or so years. But the older medical equipment also used what looks like the identical to a Euro rack with the sliding nut format. I'd seen some medical equipment like that, but I think it was like maybe 70s or somewhere around that time period. But people would find that in their salvage deals, and they'd be like, free rack case. So the cases I'm using here, I'm just buying tip-top cases, and I think since I already got 5, I'm just going to keep going with it, so I just have consistency. And they're cool cases. They're probably the cheapest ones I can find. You just buy the 2 ears and then the 2 rails, and it's not a sliding nut. There's a full piece, which, however you want to go. If you do get the sliding nut, though, you can usually get the bars for these a lot cheaper. And because that thing is expensive, it's like $10 to put one of those in. Yeah, this is... That's kind of clear. Damn, I keep blowing this thing out. Is that the wrong? That's the wrong volume knob, you schmutz. Yeah, there's a couple of frac rack modules I'd like to just not mess with for a while, and there's a bunch of stuff I never use, and if we were just to mix them around and get them more in front of me, I think it would be easier. Yeah, and speaking of universities too, I always bring that up for people that are looking for inexpensive microscopes. Usually they'll have lab scopes. They may not be exactly what you want for micro soldering or whatever, but sometimes you get lucky, and you know, they'll sell them, like you said, for like next to nothing. You know, it's if you were to buy it through shipping, the shipping would be like 5 times what the actual product or what the actual item cost. Oh, let me turn this back on. Boom, boom, boom. Ah. Gosh. Let me check on these fish. These poor, innocent fish. How are you doing, fish? You could... I think I got one more, and then I have to get more food. Sorry, guys. I think, yeah, it needs more food. I have a couple of gynecology microscopes I got from them. They focus like 16 or... Oh, that would be fantastic. Yeah, anything with a... I mean, that's pretty far. So you, the only challenge I could think of that you're going to run into is like a light source, because you're going to have to dump a ton of light for that distance, or at least that's my problem with my scope. It's possible that that scope being designed entirely for those distances, it's like, nah, I got it, I'm good. They're really cheap and really, yeah, it's a great resource. I always try to push people in that direction if they live in a college town or anything like that, live in a university town, live in that university life. Wait. I kind of like how that's almost like a guitar. Right, here we go. Now we got proper fishing. Damn, boy. Nice. All right. Those, yeah. Damn. What time is it? Time to get ill? That's like 5:20. That's probably a good spot. Really? Why not? Why not? No, it's good to have this guy back. The old The old cryptograph. Yeah, because the more I think about it, I underutilize a lot of modules here. So, and sometimes I use the same patch over and over, so I should just put those guys next to each other. I have like these two tube VCAs, and I almost want to put them side by side. One's distortion and one's regular gain. And then, but they both can distort because I use a 50 instead of 100 on the gain pot to make it all nasty. Yeah, you know, one of the modules I don't even want to do, this Pia splitter mixer thing, there's something, I think it DCs everything, or it biases everything weird. I need to look at it on a scope, but it's a passive thing. There's nothing, there's diodes in there. That's it. But I can't use it for a clock or a bunch of things because it pinches the waveforms up. It's weird. So I'd probably take that out completely. I'm not using that. I got better things to do, or to do that with anyways. The matrix mixer is something I never use enough. I'd like to get that more in the mix, so I'd like to get that more in the center. We've got a couple of things that, I don't know. There's the wave runner. I'll definitely keep that because that's our other syncable LFO. I've got these like ring mods here. I don't know if I'm gonna keep them. I don't know. I might keep one ring mod, but I don't need two. And I definitely don't need three. So we'll see. I might play with this frequency divider again. This module really doesn't even work. And then I would keep this. These are all useful. Now this wave folder is good, but no, I'd keep it. I'd probably put it next to the oscillators though, because it doesn't make much sense for it being over here. The analog shift register would stay here, or would, you know, it would stay. Yeah, the sample and hold. I have the sequential switch. I have a sequential switch and a scanner, and both of those modules I don't use very often because they kind of have a flaw in them that I don't like, and I've since replaced my switch here with this one, because this has 4 stages and you can select the stages 2, 3, or 4. This one, it's stuck at 3 and you're always in 3, and it's, I don't know, it's just kind of weird. And then the scanner, it has its 3 inputs, or it's 3 IOs, but but there's a 4th that's just nothing, and it's really annoying. I just never really got into it, so I don't know if I want to keep this switcher anymore. I might just put it away for a while. Pretty much all of this I use all the time. This, except this is a, although we should play with it, it's a pitch shifter for saw waves. You put 2 saws in, and it will basically, as I understand it, you can shift the frequencies of it, like melds them together. I don't know, because you know you get like 2 saws and now you got double the I don't know. Either way, it's a weird module. I've funked with it a little bit, but I've never used it for any patches. And then VCAs, effects, quantizer, mixer, and that's kind of it. So I think I could get rid of a whole one of these cases, and then move these things around a little bit. I don't know, something to think about. I don't use some of these modules hardly at all, and it's kind of a shame. And I think it's just because they're in these dopey locations that, and that's, I just don't think about them. And the other issue too is we've got all this shit that we are using all the way down here, and it just creates this nightmare when it would be better if they were kind of organized a little bit, or at least not all in one spot, not in a big clump. You know, from this, you know, the all these ornament and crimes, I'd like to put them up top so I don't have to crouch over to read them. And then yeah, clock dividers, clock shit, all that, I'd like that to sit, you know, more up higher. Maybe, I don't know, maybe put final stage stuff at the end. Maybe some VCA effects. I don't know. Something to think about. I've gone in forums quite a bit too over the years. Like, this was long before I ever streamed or anything, and before I really even had this, I was much smaller. And I would ask people, I was like, people with large rigs, you know, what's some caveats that you never thought about until you're like, oh man, this is dumb and there's no way around it. Because I've always wondered about like organization, for example, or cables, like cables piling up and just making the, you know, having to pull them aside because of how your system is set up. Is it vertical? Is it curved? All those, like, and it was a waste of my fucking time because no one ever had like any real useful insight into it. And I think it's just, you know, it's just like cars or horseback riding, or, you know, anything that has like a bazillion variables and they're all subjective. And so it really isn't any way to say it, but I need to try, I don't know, maybe I might hit up, you know what, maybe I was hitting up the wrong people. I should actually contact some of my friends that have like big elaborate rigs or have been doing this for longer than me, and maybe see what they think about it. I don't think there really is a way to go, but maybe there's some like some best practices, or, well, this works for some but not for all kind of shit. I don't know. But it is nice. We'll need to get the 2600 into the mix more again too, because it's kind of not. It's kind of dumb. I need more. I need more micro ornament and crimes. Because this one produces this one's producing 4 clock gate signals. This one is doing 4 note job stuff. And then I have these other 2 doing their own thing that I can't take them away from. I guess I could do the notes with that. But I don't have any gates. And I mean, I could do the whole Boolean function gate trick, and I do have this, the experts doing Euclidean, but I really got sick of those after a while because they're really hard to get set in. Some of that's my fault. I should be updating this expert sleepers, and there is some shit you can reprogram on it now. Like, I don't have a reset. It really needs a reset. It's whatever I can do. But whatever. I'll deal with it, you know, day by day. Inside, as I bury it with a shovel and dirt. goodness. Oh. All right, guys. Let's head out of here. And we'll pick it up again. I'm just gonna do every other day. So today's Saturday, so we'll be back on Monday, and then we'll be back on Wednesday, and then we'll do it on Friday, and then it'll reset or something. I don't know. We'll figure something out. But that's the plan for this week in Jamtown. It's all going to be in Jamtown. We'll be in the lab right now. I'm going to work on some other projects while we're in Jamtown. Then hopefully I'll have the headset mic. I was trying to get it for today's stream, but I worked on all this other stuff last night and never did make to it. So I'll try again tonight. But beyond that, guys, today was fantastic. A really good Jamtown, really great jams coming out of the... Again, let's give a hand to the incredible Modular. Thank you again, Modular. Modular, fantastic collaborator, fun friend, and confidant. Really, we've really gotten... Excuse me. We've really gotten close. We've really gotten close. Anyways, don't want to get any more choked up here. Let's get this. Let's get going. Let's raid out of here. I got a good raid for us. We haven't raided Zen Modern Life in a very long time. I think they would be fantastic for this weekend. They're also going to keep you hooked up with some more good jams for the rest of the weekend. And there's plenty of other stuff going on. Definitely, I'll try to post on Twitter and Discord if anything's going on. You guys, there's any? I know there's some raid trains and so forth as well. So good times, good shit, good stuff, baby, good stuff. Let's get this rude boy going. There we go. The raid has been created. That sounds important. Thank you so much, guys, for a wonderful night, wonderful day. I really appreciate you all. It was a lot of fun, and yeah, just so happy you guys are here. So glad you guys have a good time. It means the world to me. Oh, hey, thank you so much, Chaos. You too. Well, that doesn't make sense. The heart part is what I meant, you too. Like, heart you too, not thank you too for the stream. Yeah, anyways. All right, I'm going to bail out of this tongue-tied conversation and talk to you next time. I'll see you guys soon. Take care.